Going to have James Williams do an overview of each item and what the items are and what we can do with those items. Then we're going to hear public comment. After public comment, I'm going to ask Tony, Cheryl, uh, and James to present a little bit deeper into each item so we're all clear on what's before the board. Then I'm going to turn to the board for questions and comments and action. And the reason I'm going to do it that way is I want to make sure the board, that the public gets to hear a little bit about the overview of the items in front of us, that the board gets to hear from the public, then the board gets to hear from staff or leaders as appropriate from the different agencies, and then the board can weigh in and ask questions and make comments. It's going to be a clunky big item because there's so many moving parts to it, but I thought it benefited all of us to hear them collectively so that we could compare and contrast and better understand the issues before us. Are there any concerns or thoughts from my colleagues about how to proceed there? Supervisor Wasserman?
Yes, thank you. I think it might be beneficial, helpful to anybody lined up wishing to speak if they heard from supervisors. But it sounds like you're waiting to hear from the public before you hear from supervisors.
Yes, because I think we benefit from the public. I don't always, I mean, I was going to say something quip about, well, they don't always benefit from hearing from us, but the reason I would like to do that is I want to make sure people feel heard. And by the time it gets to the board after staff presents, I think it could be very long, and I don't want people to feel exasperated as they wait to speak.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may say, for those people who are joining us now at this time, which was a time certain, might not have been around when we handled consent. If I would like to say through the chair that item 17 was deleted and the issue regarding South County was deleted.
Well, I'm going to, Supervisor Wasserman, the reason I'm going to have James explain that is that is true, but we still have the audit on the agenda, and I want to make sure that we can help people understand each item.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted the people waiting to speak regarding South County to realize that number 17 has been deleted. It's gone. And the normal person in the public may not understand all the different steps that we go through, but I thought that would make it very clear for them that 17 in South County are gone. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. James, if I could have you do an overview of all of the items, including the one that was deleted, just to Mike's point. I think Mike's raised a good point that I hadn't thought about because they wouldn't have been here this morning. They won't have understood all that happened today. So James, do you mind?
Sure, I'll do my best to try to walk through just what these items are on the agenda and what's kind of within the scope of each item. Item number 13 is a report. It's only a receive report. It's not an action item, but it's a report from staff containing a number of attachments and information regarding prior audits, impacts related to consolidations, and I think links to the prior wildland fire reports. And so it's basically background and additional information related to the rest of the items on the agenda. Items 14 and 15 are the management audits that the Board of Supervisors directed be performed by its contracted management auditor. Item 14 is the management audit from the Los Altos Hills County Fire District, and item 15 is the management audit for the South Santa Clara County Fire District. Each item has the audit report along with a number of specific recommendations from the management auditor. Both the audits were heard in the Finance Government Operations Committee and in Hewlett. And there are attachments with recommendations, matrix, and responses from the relevant auditees as well. Items 16, 17, and 18 were items that were requested that the Finance Government Operations Committee asked my office to prepare that would allow the board to take action today with respect to consolidation for the various districts. To Supervisor Wasserman's point, item 17, which was the resolution of the governing board of the South Santa Clara County Fire District, has been deleted from the agenda. The effect of that deletion, just to be very, very clear, means that today there is not an item that would effectuate action to consolidate the South County Fire District. So that resolution has been deleted. The issue of consolidation, just as a general issue, is one of the recommendations in the audit under item 15. But any action to effectuate any consolidation has been removed by the deletion of item 17. So I hope that's clear. Item 16 and 17 and 18 were set up the way that they were set up because, and I think it's worth just noting this at the outset for the benefit of the board and the public, the Board of Supervisors is the board of directors for each of these fire districts. And so the Board of Supervisors is the governing board for the Central Fire Protection District, the South Santa Clara County Fire Protection District, and the Los Altos Hills County Fire Protection District. And so those resolutions are set up as resolutions for adoption by those respective boards. Given the deletion of item 17, the remaining scope of what the board could possibly take action on under items 16, which is for the Central Fire District, and 18, which is for the Los Altos Hills Fire District, or would be limited to those districts. And so it would be appropriate in the event that the board did want to move forward with those to strike in the resolutions references to the South Santa Clara County Fire District. These resolutions were, like I said, in response to the request from the Finance Government Operations Committee to bring forward those actions that would be necessary to initiate the LAFCO process. And so that's how those are set up. And that process is explained, the actual content explaining what that process would look like and the background on that is all contained in the text on ledge file under item number 16. So again, just to recap, 13 has background information. 14 is a management audit with a number of recommendations from the management auditor and responses. 15 is management audit for the South Fire District, similarly with recommendations and responses. And then 16 and 18, the remaining items were part of the items that were requested by FGOC to be action items that could effectuate moving forward with a consolidation. Now be removing the option relative to the South County Fire District since item 17 was deleted. I hope that was clear. I don't know if there are questions about that.
Thank you. I think that was overall pretty clear. And what I'd like to do, if it's okay, is I'd like to go to the public and if I could ask the clerk, a couple things that I want to ask the clerk is, let's do an overall explanation of how people unmute themselves as we start. And I'm going to ask that you alert the 3 or 4 people at a time that they're coming up so that they're ready to respond when you give them the cue to unmic themselves. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Sparky Harlan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Sparky Harlan. We will move on to our next speaker. Karen Leams, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Karen?
Yes, I have lived on Moody Road since 1967 in the Los Altos Hills County Fire District, both in the unincorporated area and in the town. On August 23rd, many residents of the Moody Road area received evacuation warnings due to the proximity of the CZU fire just over the hill. This is the first time such warnings have occurred, and with climate change, we can expect more fires. Many GPS systems send people not to our home and street address, but to a location on Sherlock Road, a parallel road. Would firefighters from another area safely reach our home? I've served on 4 town committees and have come to know many fire commissioners. I appreciate that locals who know the idiosyncrasies of our narrow, steep, winding roads help us with fire prevention services such as brush chipping and dead tree removal, and will be responding quickly to fire danger.
Our next speaker is Andui. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Andui?
Yes,
Andui, are you there?
I'm here.
Great, thank you. We can hear you.
Okay. I oppose consolidation or dissolution of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. I have lived here for 45 years, and I believe the Los Altos Hills District has served the residents very well, both in terms of preparing us for wildfire and in terms of managing our money effectively. No one knows the local area better than they do. They know the roads, the trails, the circulation choke points, and they know the individual people who live here. At this moment in time when greater wildfires and other emergencies are expected, it seems foolhardy to give up that local knowledge. Please do not consolidate our fire district.
Thank you. I'm going to just ask the clerk, I'm going to start just letting people know that they're going to be speaking. So Joseph Kleitman, Cheryl Evans, Bodine, Carrie Snyder, and Randy Sloss will be the next group of speakers. And I'll ask staff to go back to Sparky, see if she's still interested in speaking.
Sparky Harlan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm sorry, my hand was raised on item 22, not this particular one. So.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Joseph Kleitman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, and thank you for hearing this. As I see it, you have 2 major challenges facing you today. One are deciding how best to apply good governance practices, and second, how to continue providing critical fire services to the county's varied and distinct ecosystems most effectively. I believe this challenge is met best through local fire districts, the framework we use now. The governance structure works effectively, efficiently, smoothly, and it continues to protect life and limb within each district boundary on a daily basis without encumbering other local fire districts or diminishing their resources so that they may do the same. Please don't step backwards and centralize responsibilities and resources for fire protective services. The duties are best handled by our current fire district structure. It prepares us through neighborhood training, responds quickly and effectively to the diverse needs, and keeps us safe and sound.
Next speaker is Cheryl Evans. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Local control of our fire district is important to the residents of Los Altos Hills. Programs such as wood chipping have encouraged residents to keep their properties fire safe. Tree removal programs have helped the town to reduce the number of dangerous eucalyptus trees and other dead trees, making the community safer for everyone. These are programs that our citizens wanted and funded through their tax dollars. The actions by the Board of Supervisors would take away programs that we as citizens feel are important, and in addition, take away local control and participation of our fire district. If county care of our roads is any indication of how we will fare with county control of our fire district, no thank you. We've been begging for repair of potholes on Page Mill for years, and now 2 ruined tires and years later, the potholes remain. I urge you to find ways to collaborate with our district and learn from some of our best practices rather than use your audit as an excuse to dissolve our fire district.
Our next speaker is Bodine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Bodine, can you unmute yourself?
I pushed it.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little difficult. You're echoing. Go
We
ahead
live
and
on
try
Mora
again.
Drive in Los Altos. We've been residents in the area for 55 years. Our fire protection and related other fire district services have been provided during this time by the fire district, as we are talking about today. We highly object to the actions which would change the management or funding of the Los Altos Hills Fire District via the consolidation proposal. Any changes you make would disrupt the well-run program, reduce local control, and reduce the ability of the Los Altos Hills Fire District to keep us safe. We need local control for continuing the good work. It seems to me that you have a somewhat ideal district. They remain under budget. They do great things. They're looking ahead. They've involved the citizens in the district, not just in fire district meetings, but they're always present at San Antonio Hills meetings. And we appreciate the work that they've done.
And the next group of speakers will be Carrie Snyder, Roddy Sloth, Noga Neve, and Robert Elston. We will begin with Carrie. Carrie, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Carrie, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me, everybody? It looks like it's, so I just want to say thank you, and that I speak for many in my neighborhood. We have family and friends along Adana Court, Elena, and La Barranca who have lived in the area for 50 or 60 years, and we are opposed to item 16 and item 18. We need to keep it local. That is what the residents of Los Altos Hills pay for. It's what we want. It's what we need for fire and emergency protection, is to keep it local. That's what's going to keep us safest in Los Altos Hills, which is in everyone's interest. We've seen with the Napa fires, one fire that started as a small containable fire spread in whatever it was, 12 hours, 24 hours, to consuming multiple counties. And we cannot have that happen. We are safest and best protected, and there is no reason to proceed with item 16 and item 18. So if we need to fix a few things with our local fire department, let's go ahead and do it. But we need to keep it local. No on 16, no on 18. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roddy Sloth. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Roddy Sloss. I'm a 30-year resident of Los Altos Hills. This is the worst time to consolidate our fire district. Our wildfire threat needs the attention of a special fire district. 2/3 of the district is surrounded by nature preserve that is perfectly vulnerable to wildfire. Because of 3 consecutive years of ever bigger neighboring wildfires, homeowners insurance was not renewed in half of the district, and prepare to evacuate notices were issued to hundreds of families. Not only our response, now our only response is evacuation because there is no firefighting infrastructure in the surrounding nature preserves. We need to rewrite our fire protection strategy from reactive to proactive. That means building and maintaining fire roads, water supplies, fire breaks, and a response plan. Our financial reserves are fundamental to implementation and will enable us to begin this work. Please do not consolidate our fire district. We need it more than ever. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noga Neve. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, we've lived here since 2004. I would like to join those people who oppose the proposition.
Noga, we're having a hard time hearing you.
How is it now?
Better. Thank you.
We've lived here in Los Altos Hills since 2004. We oppose the proposition to consolidate the fire department with the Santa Clara County. Los Altos Fire Department is important, has kept us safe, and our residents now need their services more than ever, mainly because of the fire scare that happened recently in our area. And with climate change, we definitely would need to have this service in our area for the safety of our residents in our houses. Please keep them with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers will be Robert Elson, Lee Shahinian, Bob Molinari, Shab Namati, and Rick Ellinger. Robert Elson, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Bob Elson. I'm a 20-year resident of Los Altos Hills, and I've sent each supervisor a letter spelling out my rationale for asking you to reject the proposed suspension and consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. You know, auditors find issues. Our fire district was being proactive in putting money toward fire preparedness. In addition, all items seem to have been addressed. You know, audit successful, items there, changes made. Why in the world is suspension and consolidation even on the table? Our fire district members, our Los Altos Hills residents, are within the sphere of influence. These members have skin in the game. These members are local. These members react to neighbor concerns. These members are proactive, and I feel these members strive to keep it safe. Isn't safety what we want from our fire district? I don't understand why suspension is even being considered. Please reject this proposal, number 18. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Shahinian. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Lee Shahinian. I'm a board member of San Antonio Hills, representing an unincorporated area of Santa Clara County. Our board strongly supports local management authority of our Los Altos Hills County Fire District and opposes consolidation of the district. We are concerned that with consolidation, there would be a loss of current programs. For example, biannual brush chipping, installation and replacement of water mains as needed, and training offered for residents' emergency preparedness. Fire and emergency mitigation efforts need local knowledge and support, which is best achieved through local involvement. Please leave our Los Altos Hills County Fire District intact. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Molinari. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. I'm Bob Molinari, live in Foothill Lane in Los Altos Hills. I'm a CERT for the town, and I want to make several points. The brush chipping programs that have been criticized actually incentivize and leverage the money spent by getting the citizens to join in to make their own properties and the whole area fire safe. That is because of the local control. Removing trees that are dangerous change the high-risk environment into one that's more manageable, things like eucalyptus trees. These have also been criticized. They are critical to our fire protection. Los Altos Hills, as has been mentioned, has more boundaries with high-risk areas of fire threat. It's not the grasslands similar to the southern counties. Our local assessments and dollars should go to local service. That's what leverages us best. I am against the consolidation in items 16 and 18.
Our next speaker is Shab Namadi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Shab Namadi. I'm actually a newer resident of this community and was fortunate to buy this home from someone who owned it, was the original owner of 60 years. My observation is that, you know, the demographics with regards to topography and each resident and their ability to maintain their property varies greatly with regards to, you know, the resources. And I've been extremely impressed by the local governance and, you know, the offerings that are communicated well. So I really truly believe that fire and emergency mitigation efforts need local knowledge and support, which is best achieved through local involvement, rescinding authority to the Fire Commission, which consists of local residents from both the incorporated and unincorporated areas, and elected representatives of the Los Altos Hills Town Council would reduce local involvement and leave the community with no voice in emergency, disaster, wildfire, earthquake protection, and prevention as we have now. My hope is that you...
Our next speaker is Rick Allinger. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Now is no time to combine fire districts, for this threatens precision-focused leadership in each district. We know the critical need for community involvement for local information on conditions, topography, routes, and fire mitigation. Los Altos Hills relies on a CERT organization documented to 300 people. They rely on the full-time leadership from the Los Altos Hills County Fire District for motivation, training, and tools. Combining fire districts reduces local focus, local insight, and local participation due to loss of leadership. There are significant differences between Southern, Central, and Los Altos Hills. Our town and CERT need a full-time leadership position, not a fire district consolidation. Focus on the three-district approach, lest you lose your volunteer community and our ability to provide mutual aid. Enhance the monitoring, sensing, and neighborhood alerting throughout the rural high fuel areas.
The next group of speakers will include Rita Giles, Lisa Schmidt, Margaret Burns, and Debbie Newhouse. Rita Giles, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Our family built our home in the Saddle Mountain area of northern Los Altos Hills about 35 years ago. We have come to appreciate our local Los Altos Hills County Fire District. This year, our family participated in the wildfire preparation workshop that was held by the district and in the hands-on neighborhood evacuation drill. We appreciate that the district ensures that all of the lots in our area are mowed each spring to prevent wild grass fires, that we have neighbors who are CERT members, and that our neighborhood is moving toward becoming a fire-wise community, all thanks to our local fire district. Please don't take it away. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Schmidt. Lisa, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Schmidt. I'm a current candidate for Los Altos Hills City Council. I'm respectfully asking that you vote against suspending the delegation of the district. Suspension is not only isn't necessary, it's dangerous. The district now proactively is addressing all 6 operational items, so the reason for suspension is no longer valid. The district has done an outstanding job of keeping Los Altos Hills and incorporated areas fire safe. Now is not the time to jeopardize the firefighting capability of the district and greater county through a hasty reorganization. Fire danger will keep increasing due to the effects of climate change. Increasing overall fire prevention capability should be our focus and should drive any proposed reorganization. Suspending delegation at this time does not keep the focus on improving fire safety. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Margaret Bronze. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Margaret Bronze. My husband Martin and I have lived in Los Altos Hills for 27 years. We strongly oppose the adoption of resolutions described in agenda items 16 and 18, which are before the Board of Supervisors today. The rationale for revoking the authority of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District and consolidating the LAHCFD into another fire district appears to be based on an audit performed 2 years ago. 6 of the 7 recommended actions from the audit have already been implemented by the LAHCFD. The 7th, suspension of the LAHCFD's authority, is before the board today. It seems the audit is being used as a pretext for effecting the consolidation in order to gain control of the fire district's budget. Respectfully, we strongly recommend and request that the Board of Supervisors not adopt the resolutions described in items 16 and 18. Adopting these resolutions will put our lives in danger. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Debbie Newhouse, Jenna Ellis, Ann DeGeest, and Brigitta Indico. Debbie Newhouse, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Debbie Newhouse, and I've lived on La Cresta Drive since 2006 with my family. When we first moved here, I was inspired to join the earthquake preparedness and fire readiness course offered by my local fire station. It was an exciting and well done course that inspired my husband and I to invest significantly in the safety of our home by installing an earthquake gas automatic shutoff. And I know that others helped to create a much more defensible home as well, as inspired by that course. We live on an unmapped portion of La Cresta Drive, which, while close to the rest of the street, is, again, as the woman on Moody Road said, not accessible by GPS and directs people to the wrong road. And I feel that it would be life-threatening to not have the most precious emergency services familiar with our local area. And that's why I oppose the consolidation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jenna Ellis. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Jenna Ellis. I've been a resident of Los Altos Hills for 17 years. Los Altos Hills is a high fire risk community. My own home was within 1 mile of an evacuation warning in August. Residents need more protection against fire, not less. We need to maintain a fire commission and budget for local programs to meet these fire and emergency risks. Spreading LAHCFD's budget around to other fire districts would increase the fire risk in the LAHCFD and in the bordering communities. The audit contained nothing to justify the consolidation or the dissolution of rescinding the delegation of authority to the Fire Commission. I respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District into Central Fire. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Ann DeGeest. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Ann?
Hello, yes, I just got the unmute sign. My name is Anne DeGeest. I've lived in Los Altos Hills for 26 years. I'm also a CERT. I've organized 45 houses on Foothill Lane, Elena, La Barranca, and Cumbra Vista for emergency response, including an evacuation warning a few weeks ago for the CZU wildfire. We absolutely oppose the dissolution of the Los Altos Fire District because we believe that local control and decentralized response is essential to fire emergency response. Time is essential during wildfire, and Los Altos Hills will be the first one hit because we are surrounded with open space and a very high risk of wildfire. The wood chip program is essential, and I already have had a terrible experience since the Santa Clara district took over in the last few weeks, leaving piles of dead wood, refusing to take my pile because it wasn't big enough, whatever the issue was there. It is a symptom of bad bureaucracy. Please listen, and we really appreciate your services. Please listen to the citizen and respond to our unique needs.
Our next speaker is Brigida Indico. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hi, I'm Brigida Indico, a resident of Los Altos Hills for 25 years and a planning commissioner, and I oppose items 16 and 18. Los Altos Hills has the largest wildlife interface zone with the Mid-Peninsula open space and Santa Cruz Mountains, buffering the flats of Santa Clara County. With recent pre-evacuation orders, we were at high risk for the fires of the CZU fire. We need our own fire district to lessen the fire load and prepare for the next emergency. The audit failed to mention in section 2 that we eliminated a large number of eucalyptus trees. It doesn't give the details of the trees. Remember the fires of the Oakland Hills with their numerous eucalyptus trees. We residents need the chipping program. With 1 acre parcels and lots of vegetation, we need a way to lessen the fire load. Please don't judge us by real estate values. We all pay high taxes and need to reduce the fire load with these programs. I oppose items 16 and 18. Our fire district needs to stay intact and take care of our community. Thank you very much.
The next group of speakers include Jim Washura, Wadey Lee, Michelle Wu, and Duncan McMillan. Jim Washura, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Am I audible?
Yes.
My name is Jim Washura, and I'm a 22-year resident of Los Altos Hills. I'm also a planning commissioner here in town. It's not fair to besmirch our fire district for paying to remove unsafe trees from our neighborhoods in the past. Back then, we had many unsafe trees, and we believed our biggest risk was from storms and fire caused by downed electrical lines and lightning. We even had a cyclist killed here by a tree in 2006. So we had a process for residents to identify unsafe trees to the fire district so they could remove them. Now we fear fire from the west, so now we can add programs to apply the resources we've taxed ourselves to create in order to address this new priority. We want our local fire district to continue doing neighborhood brush removal and dead tree removal, and to add new programs to mitigate fire risk from the west. We need our resources and local decision-making here in order to do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wadey Lee. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I'm not sure what happened with her. Michelle Wu.
Michelle,
I am
you're
an
on mute. She may not know she's on mute. All right, we'll come back to her.
Okay. Duncan McMillan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Duncan McMillan.
We're in the middle of fire season. Any action like the one proposed makes no sense to me, especially while we're worried about the next wildfire happening at any time. Something even worse than CZU can happen here. We have lots more work to do in this wildland urban interface and need our reserves to get it done. We have developed an impressive CERT and emergency communications functions. I and my daughter are CERTs. The only reason I got a ham license was so I could provide emergency communications services. It is not a hobby. Consolidation would be a very bad signal to our volunteers. Please, if you cannot rise to withdraw or defeat this motion, table it until such time as our district shows that it is not capable of operating in good faith or has demonstrated that it is not performing in accordance with the audit. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Maria Caffey, Drew Anderson, and Roger Spreen. Maria Caffey, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Los Altos Hills is a very rural community. It borders extreme fire risk areas of open space preserves and Palo Alto foothills. Also, the entire town is intersected by Highway 280. We speak from experience when we tell you that car fires roar up the hillsides from 280, and Caltrans has only cleaned up the weeds and dry brush once in 40 years. Fortunately, our Los Altos Hills Fire District has taught us about open space. The residents of this community have worked hand in hand with our fire department to decrease the risk of wildfires by cleaning up brush, dead pine trees, eucalyptus trees, installing fire breaks and fire hydrants. We've even taken classes in earthquake preparedness and have a disaster kit ready to go. Please do not destroy this valued partnership with Los Altos Hills County Fire Department when it is needed the very most. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Drew Anderson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Honorable Supervisors, my family moved to Los Altos Hills in 1986. For the past 20 years, I've been a volunteer working with Town Committee on Emergency, as well as with the Fire District on Emergency Preparedness and Communications and Fire Safe Property Management. I was an early trainee in 2008 when the Fire District launched a CERT program for volunteer emergency training. We do not want to lose the LAHCFD, the Fire District. Please do not break up our long-standing community family of interagency support and service to our residents. The district team is first and foremost there to protect our lives and our safety. Additionally, it leads in initiating training to develop a citizenry prepared for emergencies and aware of requirements for fire safe properties and safe exits. There is a vibrant and healthy human impact when a community and its agencies work together. We do not want to lose the district. Fully pause and consider potential disruptive impact to our community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Roger Spreen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a 24-year resident and am both a council member for the town of Los Altos Hills as well as a commissioner for the fire district. So the supervisors have already seen various official letters with my name on it opposing this action, which echoes similar concerns that leaders of other municipalities and fire organizations have also provided. I got to say, it's been really gratifying hearing all these residents provide you today with what is, I believe, an accurate and widespread sense of how all our constituents feel about their local fire district, and also how directly, effectively, and competently they see their district operating on their behalf. It's not in the best interest of the overall safety of the county to disband an experienced and collaborative organization that works to protect all the surrounding communities from the risks inherent in a unique fire situation in Los Altos Hills. Thank you very much.
Our next group of speakers include Michelle Wu, Amit Shah, Brahm Mabad, and Karen Keelet. Michelle Wu, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Michelle, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Michelle Wu. I'm the current mayor of Los Altos Hills. Representing my community, I do not support the proposed reorganization in Agenda Item 16 and Item 18, which are the rescission of the delegation of authority to Los Altos Hills County Fire District Board of Commissioners. I do not support the initiation of the application for dissolution of Los Altos Hills County Fire District. As is stated in the 2 letters sent to you from our City Council, I respectfully request that the Board of the Supervisors reject the resolution proposed in the Agenda Item 16 and 18. Otherwise, we have no choice but to seek legal action against the county for such a hasty decision. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Amit Shah. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I did want to begin by suggesting that Supervisor Chavez, I would have really appreciated if each supervisor had stated their position and their reasons why. As my tax dollars being in your care, I really would have appreciated why you would take such a measure without actually consulting any citizen of the town who is impacted the most. Clearly, we oppose this, and I do it on the first principles of why were the citizens not consulted? Second principle, why is a local matter being centralized and that is considered the best alternative? Thirdly, what guarantees are you proposing if this county were to take it over, that we, the citizens who are the taxpayers, are going to be taken care of to the fullest? At least we control our local destiny, good, bad, or ugly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brahm Mabad. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I've been here in Los Altos Hills for 14 years. I live in Mora Drive, and I frequently see what's going on in this city. This area has got all this vegetation and all these trees and vegetation, and really is at very high risk. And over the last 3 years, we've noticed the weather getting hotter and drier. A fire that's, if there's no local fire district here, any kind of delay in response to this fire would engulf the entire Santa Clara County. So it just doesn't make sense at all to consolidate and take away the Los Altos Hills Fire Department. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Karen Keelet, William Warren, and Nate Blair. Karen Keelet, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Karen Kellett and I live 1 house away from the open space preserve. I am terrified about what would happen to my neighborhood in the event of a wildfire in Rancho San Antonio. We need the Los Altos Hills County Fire Department's core programs of local fire prevention and protection to continue uninterrupted. Programs like these are not the core business of the County Fire Department. We need more protection, not less. Please do not consolidate our fire districts. We need local knowledge, communication, and support in these dangerous times. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Warren. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Bill Warren. I was a 35-year resident of Los Altos Hills until 10 years ago when I moved to Palo Alto. My sense is that I've never been dissatisfied with what the district did in all those years, and I support the efforts that the district has for prevention and minimizing dangers of fire. My other sense is that you're trying to fit a very small round peg into a very large hole, and you can probably get away with it. But we need to remember that the population of the Los Altos Hills and the unincorporated area is less than 1% of the county, very small. However, the good things that the Los Altos Fire District is doing, like prevention, would probably not survive in that situation. So financial savings, whatever they are only going to be at the expense of the services that the Hills is getting today. So it's a complicated problem, and I think you should look to Mr. Smitty.
The next group of speakers include Nate Blair, Carl Cahill, City Manager, Nicholas French, and Kathleen Knopf. Nate Blair, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nate Blair and I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills.
and I'm speaking in favor of the continued independence of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. While the audit included some helpful recommendations, consolidating the district after those recommendations were acknowledged and resolved is like telling an employee all the things they need to work on and then, after they've dealt with those shortcomings, firing them anyway. Last month, we did a neighborhood fire evacuation drill. This included preparatory Zoom meetings among residents and the relevant authorities where we talked through the process and received education on fire preparedness, as well as a well-organized evacuation drill itself. This drill was spurred on by community input and is likely to be a blueprint for the remainder of the town. As just one example of the importance of local control, especially in an area such as ours that has elevated wildfire risks. I urge the board to reject consolidation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carl Cahill. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Carl Cahill, City Manager for the town of Los Altos Hills. I've been the manager for the past 15 years. I'm here today to tell you that the 8,000 residents of Los Altos Hills hold the town's elected and appointed officials responsible for public safety within our municipal boundaries. This includes both police and fire protection services. Most of the Los Altos Hills Fire Protection District territory and population is within the town's incorporated municipal boundaries. The town council has submitted 2 letters of opposition related to items 13 through 18 on your agenda, and the first letter.
I think, Carl, you may have muted yourself. Do you want to?
I unmuted myself.
Oh, there you go.
We are asking the Board of Supervisors to honor its longstanding contractual commitment under Article 14 of the 2016 Fire and Emergency Medical Services Agreement, which states the Board of Supervisors, as the Board of Directors of the Central Fire District, hereby recognize that in order to preserve the potential revenue stream from a special tax approved by a special election held among registered voters, is essential that
The next group of speakers include Nicholas French, Kathleen Knopf, Robert Schlossman, and Roy Woolsey. Nicholas French, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Nicholas French. I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. There's a reason we haven't had a devastating fire in our town. It's local management, local control, and local knowledge. There are several concerns that everybody in our town's been sharing with you, and I find it hard to believe anyone is going to have anything other to say other than the fact that this is a horrible idea. Concern number 1, our town understands the intricacies of our town and how to protect our community. No one on this committee, as I understand it, lives in our town and who's making a decision for our fate. Fundamentally, I have a serious issue with lack of representation on this vote from people who are not in our town, do not live here, and do not know what it means to protect our community. Number 3, it seems that if the fate of our community is going to be decided from people outside of our community, that it should be a body similar to LAFCO that is a more appropriate body to decide a fate instead of being in the current body it's considering. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Knopf. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Kathy Knopf and I am on the Percival Hills Water District. I'm a board member. I want to talk a bit about the power of local and why it's so important. Other people have also done that. We work with the Los Altos Hills Fire Department, and we've worked with them on getting smart sensors on all the fire hydrants in Los Altos Hills, which allows us to both prevent leaks and locate them and find them when they happen. I don't think this would happen if they were a county agency because frankly, they wouldn't really care. I'm also president of our homeowners association, and we get a lot of things done. And it's because the more local you are, the more engaged and the more involved people are. And frankly, the more accountable you are to them because people pay attention. So right now, with the help of the fire district, we are going through our neighborhood and getting rid of everything that is kind of fire prone and fixing it all up. And we're doing it as a neighborhood because we're very local. So local is the way to go. You want accountability, keep it local.
Our next speaker is Robert Schlossman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak and for the great work that you do. My name is Robert Schlossman, and I and my family live in Los Altos Hills on the west side of Highway 280. We strongly oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. Our neighborhood is located in a small canyon with very specific topography. We feel it is very important that this be managed locally. Further, I have attended the excellent disaster preparedness programs provided by the Los Altos Fire District, and it's incredibly important that those continue. The Los Altos Fire District personnel know our community, our streets, our neighborhoods extremely well, and we hope to see this continue to protect our homes, our community, and also the entire county as we sit on the western edge of the county. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Roy Woolsey, Carol Gottlieb, Ed Smith, Paul Indico, and Peter Brown. Roy Woolsey, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I am Roy Woolsey, Chairman of the Los Altos Hills Community Relations Committee. The committee unanimously endorsed me to speak for the committee to support the current structure of the fire district, which allows for local control and decision-making by our community fire commissioners to best address the town's unique local features. Los Altos Hills is much more fire-prone than most of the rest of the county, so a local fire district that addresses the particular needs of the town is essential. I was a resident here at the time of the town's Litico Drive fire that destroyed 10 homes. As I go along Conception and Roblita roads near my home, I think of how easily a wind-driven wildfire could roar through those canyons, burning everything in its path, and how important local control is to address issues such as fuel reduction, water tank and hydrant maintenance, community preparedness, and emergency evacuation. So please do not suspend the delegation of authority to the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Gottlieb. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Carol Gottlieb. I've been a resident of Los Altos Hills for 50 years. I am a former planning commissioner and a current member of the Environmental Design and Protection Committee and the History Committee. I urge you to maintain the Los Altos Hills Fire District as it is, and I oppose consolidation. Two of the programs that they have that have been under scrutiny are the wood chipping and the dead tree removal. I have been taking advantage of both of those programs, and I think for the wood chipping, I've taken advantage of it every year, twice a year. It has incentivized us to keep our properties clear and therefore reduce the fire risk to our communities. I urge you to keep the Los Altos Fire District as is.
Our next speaker is Ed Smith. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Ed Smith, can you unmute yourself, please? Ed Smith. We see that he has unmuted himself, but we do not hear him. We can come back to him.
Thank you.
Paul Indico, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I am Paul Indico, a resident in Los Altos Hills for 25 years. I oppose items 16 and 18. Los Altos Hills Fire District needs to stay intact and continue to service our community. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Peter Brown. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hello. I'm Peter Brown and I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills.
and I oppose the suspension of authority and consolidation of the LAH-CFD for the following reasons. The first is that our fire district is a local institution with residents of Los Altos Hills on the board. They're part of the community. They know the local residents, the local vegetation, the roads, etc. They work closely with the Los Altos Hills town government and provide valuable community education. My wife and I took an emergency preparedness training recently. Second, I saw the article in the Town Crier about the audit. And while I agree that it's proper for the audit to list the expenditures of the district, which were approved by the county, it's another step to characterize them as a waste of taxpayers' money. For instance, spending money to upgrade the water system infrastructure to ensure that firefighters will have a reliable water supply in case of a fire is a good thing. Brush chipping and tree removal programs have made our community more fire safe. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Cameron Bilger, Bridget Morgan, Peter Schubart, and David Milgram. Cameron Bilger, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Cameron Bilger. We've lived on Benito Lane for 32 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My family and I sincerely hope you will not suspend the district's authority. Their fire safety programs and emergency response teams keep our residents safe and enable us to maintain our fire insurance policies. Jay Logan and district personnel are vital members of our community. Thanks to all their hard work and their compassion, Hills residents are safe and protected. We feel well prepared so we won't become the next Oakland Hills. The first response team saved my mother-in-law's life. She was living with us and at dinner one night started to choke on a piece of steak. Her dementia complicated matters. The Heimlich method was not working, so my husband started mouth-to-mouth resuscitation until the firefighters arrived. Using a special tool, they were able to remove the steak. Had they been 30 minutes away instead of 5, she would have died. We are so grateful.
Next speaker is Bridget Morgan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I have been a politically engaged resident of Santa Clara County for 48 years. Since October of 1976, I have resided at my current address in the southernmost part of town. My neighborhood, part of the San Antonio Hills, was annexed to Los Altos Hills in 2007, and it has been protected by the Los Altos Hills County Fire District with Santa Clara County governmental integrity dating back to 1939. Your agenda items 13 through 18 for your meeting today disappoint me. Your 6 items seem rushed, opaque, and unbecoming to the steady, honest, and inclusive good governance in Santa Clara County that has been its hallmark as long as I have been following it. Today, I can only echo the letter sent by Cal Fire Chief Hess to U5 on October 2nd, 2020. To paraphrase Fire Chief Hess, please do a better job.
Our next speaker is Peter Schubart. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board and President Chavez. I'm Peter Schubart. Our family has been a resident for 35 years in Los Altos Hills. We oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. In the face of worsening fire risk in the district, the programs that they have for brush chipping and brush removal are critically important. Local control and local knowledge are very important, and we would hate to give this up. Los Altos Hills is mostly in the urban wildland interface, and as such is at very high risk, especially in view of what's happening with global warming. I ask you to please reject measures 16 and 18. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Milgram. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is David Milgram and I live in Los Altos Hills, just up the street from the El Monte Fire Station. We've been here for 35 years. I chair a volunteer committee reporting to the Los Altos Hills City Council. As a volunteer, I get to see how important the participation of fellow residents is to the town and how much each resident is bound up in the life of our community. We are an aging community and we entrust the management of our immediate surroundings to people that we have put in office and to those dedicated staff members who work for us. The protection of our homes, properties, and possessions against the threat of fire and other sources of destruction is critical to our lives. Having that protection in the hands of a locally run group affirms our trust that this protection will match our specific needs as elder residents. That is why we are here today to tell you that resting this responsibility for protection away from us and shipping it to some other group with no substantive relationship to our town is wrong. We ask that you dismiss this egregious attempt.
The next group of speakers includes Sonia Halfini, Juki Milyawan, and Kavita Tanka. Sonia, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Sonia, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello, my name is Sonia Jensen. My husband and I have lived in Los Altos Hills for around 40 years. Thank you for giving me and others in our town a chance to share our views with you. A few years ago, a member of the fire department came to our street to assess potential hazards. We appreciated his interest. I do not think that would happen without our district. Consolidation is a terrible idea. The Los Altos Hills County Fire District Commissioners best represent the residents of Los Altos Hills. Please oppose items 16 and 18. Thank you.
Next speaker is Halfini. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Members of the board, I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills and I'm very concerned about fire safety. Local control and oversight are most important. I oppose the proposed consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. The potential spread of the CZU complex fire to Los Altos Hills border in August was of great concern. Our local fire resources are protecting one of the longest wildland interfaces in the county. We must maintain firefighting resources that understand and are focused on the needs of the Los Altos Hills community. Local control and oversight are critical. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Juki Milyawan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Juki Mulyawan, and I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I'm asking you today to not eliminate our local fire district. Last month, the CCU fire moved rapidly towards our city. At some point, our house was only a mile away from the evacuation warning line. My wife, children, and I were frantically packing essential and replaceable items, loading them into our car, ready to flee. The CCU fire is not an aberration, but a new normal that we all need to address with all the resources that we have. Los Altos Hills is very prone to wildfires that can easily spread and decimate the entire community and cost lives. We need our local fire district to continue fire prevention efforts and infrastructure improvements to give our brave and dedicated firefighters a fighting chance to save our homes and community. Once again, I'm asking you to let us keep our local fire district. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kavita Tanka. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Kavita Tanka, Vice Mayor, Los Altos Hills. Madam President, Honorable Supervisors, I'm here to tell you that I express my complete opposition to the revocation of authority and the proposed consolidation. This proposal concerns us greatly. Your proposal eliminates both local control and oversight of fire protection, an issue that is paramount to of importance to our residents. Our proximity to the hills makes fire a very real threat, and taking away local control and oversight without consideration of the risk factors involved is not only dangerous, but extremely short-sighted and very risky. Any proposal that has the potential to impact the lives of so many cannot and should not be taken at a single meeting of the Board of Supervisors. This is heavy-handed, risky, and lacks careful consideration. I urge you to send this matter to LAFCO.
The next group of speakers includes a caller with the phone number ending in 184. Leslie King, Mary Jo Feeney, and Yibin Tang. Caller number ending in 184. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, this is Jack Caffey. I live in Adana Court, and I've been a resident here for over 30 years. You know, after 40 years, please don't toss away our Los Altos Hills County Fire District. The teamwork and local knowledge that we've developed with our fire district over the years, as you've heard today, is invaluable. They've worked closely with our community to develop our fire strategies. They know the evacuation choke points, our pathways, local roads, and the trained volunteers in our CERT program. You've already heard about the evacuation dry runs that our firefighters are beginning to lead for us. By working closely with the residents, the district has taken the lead on teaching the importance of vegetation management. And we have improved dramatically the removal of brush, dead trees, and that greatly reduces the danger of excess fuel in our neighborhood. Our town is safer because of this collaboration and hard work. Please do not approve the consolidation of our local fire district.
The next speaker is Leslie King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Leslie King. I'm a 50-year resident of Los Altos Hills and now part of the unincorporated area on Arbor Avenue. I am begging you to oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District today as items number 16 and 18. There have been so many great points this afternoon, and I know you guys have already read all of the emails. What I'm asking is that you please listen to the Los Altos Hills Town Council and the unincorporated Los Altos residents who are not asking for consolidation. We want local control. We want to not fix something that isn't broken. I really appreciate all of your dedication and hard work and listening to all this today. But again, please vote no on items 16 and 18 today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Jo Feeney. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. And you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Mary Jo Feeney. I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills and I live very close to Rancho San Antonio. During the August lightning fires, areas west of Rancho were put on evacuation alert due to concern that the Santa Cruz complex fire would jump Skyline Boulevard. I readied a to-go bag. Fortunately, it wasn't needed, but time is of the essence in wildfires, making local control of resources critical. Please support Supervisor Simidian, the town of Los Altos Hills, and concerned residents' opposition for the consolidation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yibin Tang. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Yibin Tang, please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Yibin Tang, and I strongly against the consolidation of our local fire district. We need it now more than ever. I'm a new resident of Los Altos Hills. After experiencing 3 fire seasons, I start to appreciate the fire prevention programs the Los Altos Hills Fire District provides, such as community brush cleanup programs, the removal of eucalyptus trees, and the emergency preparedness programs. Living in a rural area like Los Altos Hills, we need more fire protection, not less. The recent management audit of Los Altos Fire District may raise some points that deserve follow-up, but there's nothing there to justify the elimination of the complete fire district. The fire district consists of local residents.
The next group of speakers include Bill Shreve, Vivian Lai, Betty Caton, and Eduardo Arias. Bill Shreve, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm William Shreve. My wife and I, Joanna, have lived in Los Altos Hills for 25 years. We oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District with other county fire districts. Local control makes the Los Altos Hills Fire District responsive to our local needs. Los Altos Hills is one of the parts of Santa Clara County that has unique needs for wildfire preparation and suppression activities. Our local fire district runs education and active preparation programs to make us more defensible if and when wildfires start around our town. They do a great job for us in this area and meet our unique needs. Consolidation would reduce funding for programs that are not needed in much of the rest of the county. The recent audit criticized the tree removal program that was conducted a few years ago. During a storm in 2006, before the program was run, fallen eucalyptus trees brought 3 of the 4 roads out of the hills from our home. We were glad to see that trees that could pose a risk in the future to our safety were removed before another disaster.
Our next speaker is Vivian Lee. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a Los Altos Hill resident living on La Paloma Road. My family and I support current structure of local management and strongly oppose fire district consolidation proposal, items 16 and 18. Los Altos Hill Fire District has shown value of local management and control through programs such as brush chipping and the removal of the dead trees, and has established good communications with the local residents. I do not see benefit of consolidated fire district to our residents. The recent audit may raise some points that deserve follow-up, but it simply doesn't justify consolidation. The core business of Los Altos Hill Fire District is protection and prevention through many programs to reduce the fire loading and vegetation management, manage that fire hydrants and equipment, provide support to neighborhoods, to develop fire waste community. This is not the core business of the county fire.
Our next speaker is Betty Caton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm a 20-year resident of Los Altos Hills, the suburban rural interface of budding Rancho San Antonio. We were under evacuation warning a few weeks ago when if the wind had shifted, we would have been the first house in. I was going to give a regular speech, but listening to everybody, I think I need to bring in attention to the Board of Soups. I've been involved in the town now for 20 years, including on the Finance Committee, and I've never once seen any issue where all 8,000 residents of the town agreed on something. We've always had a lot of philosophical disagreements. We finally have an issue everybody agrees on. Folks, we need to keep our fire districts separate, not combine it. The folks here locally understand the issues, know the issues, and can best protect all of us. So please do not consolidate the Los Altos Hills Fire District. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eduardo Arias. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Dear President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Eduardo Arias. I lived in the city of Los Altos Hills for 24 years. I'm volunteer CERT, as well as a member of the CERT Recon team, and also a HAM, which I took up because of emergency communications. I am concerned that there would be a complete loss of current programs if you adopt Proposition 16 and 18, as well as training for residents' emergency preparedness. In essence, I see the Los Altos Hills Central Fire Department as a vital component of a fire and fuel mitigation program. The LAH-CFD borders stream fire danger areas like Mid-Peninsula Regional Open District and its Palo Alto foothills. The district collaboration with the county are extremely important to continue and strengthen. All issues can be worked out cooperatively within the proper access. I just do not see the need for the rescind the authority and also the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District.
Our next speaker is John Byrne. John, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm the chapter director for CAL FIRE Santa Clara. There is a reason why we are a premier firefighting agency. We have excellent world-class training, a willingness to respond whenever the alarm is sounded, and are cost-effective for our taxpayers and our communities we serve. We are dedicated to the public and are fully engaged right now in the largest fires in state's history. Seeing that our contract could have been annexed and our fire board removed has been very heavy on our firefighters and their families' hearts. We are always looking for better ways to protect the public. One example, the Highway 17 fuel reduction project that was completed this past winter, making Highway 17 safer. I want to thank all board members for hearing our concerns to remove the South Santa Clara County Fire Protection District off the agenda before moving on to other discussions as we continue to do the work we love, protecting the public. I want to thank our neighboring fire agencies and the public for being there for us and the work we do. Your support means so much to our firefighters and our families and the public we serve.
The next group of speakers will include Catherine Fry, Steve Hartley, Dave Keelet, and Ying L. Catherine Fry, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Catherine Fry, and I wanted to point out the personal validity of the dead tree removal program. My husband and I are both in our mid-70s, and we're able to use this program and have 3 dead trees, including 2 very dangerous pine trees, removed. The person who inspected the property and okayed the project was efficient and knowledgeable. The hired company was also efficient and did the job quickly and made no damage to our property, which was a great thing because it was far in the back and had to drag through the rest of our yard. So I want to thank them and also thank the town for all their work in debris and fire safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Hartley. Steve, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for hearing us all out. All of my neighbors have honestly said everything I was going to say. The reason I do want to emphasize this is we have rural needs, and as you've been listening to a lot of people, the needs that only come in a highly hilly and sparsely populated area. And if we combine these districts, to be honest with you, all of our special programs we're talking about over a period of time will become, well, that'll become an action item and that'll become a budget problem. And all of these services that we now have are going to disappear. And to be honest with you, when the fire comes and we're in a combined district, I'm going to lose my house, if not my life. But if I'm still alive, Supervisor Chavez, I'm going to have you come back and foot the bill for my lost house.
Next speaker is Dave Keelet. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, this is Dave Keelet, and I live in Los Altos Hills. I want to speak in opposition to the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. We are at the interface between homes and open space, and wildfire is a huge concern for us. Reducing the support seems reckless given all the wildfires going on. Consolidation will defocus the local fire protection efforts. I ask you to vote this down, please.
Our next speaker is Ying L. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Ying Liu. Last name is Liu. In the middle of the largest wildfire in California history today, as a mom of 2 small kids on a really narrow road in Los Altos Hills, I'm overwhelmed and devastated by the fact that we're talking about dissolution and consolidation of our fire district in an area that I think the most focused attention is needed. According to the 2020 Community Risk Assessment Report published by the County Fire Department, Los Altos Hills is rated highest or one of the highest in the county in many categories for wildland fire hazard, hazard materials, non-structural fires, and natural and human-made disasters. The bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. Prevention is better than suppression. We know firewires kill people, earthquakes kill people, but we tend to forget bureaucracies and ignorance kill people too. I urge you to say no to item 16 and 18. Thanks for listening.
The next group of speakers include Alan S.C. Mayo, Anand R., and Amish Divatia. Alan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Alan Epstein. I've written the board many times on wildland fire preparedness, wildfire detection cameras, and management audits. The clear message from former supervisors, city councils, mayors, city managers, fire chiefs, and citizens is that the proposals are rushed and coming to the board without the benefit of a thoughtful, community-wide conversation or thorough consolidation studies. The last-minute, unexplained removal of the resolution to consolidate South County confirms this fact. I should remind the board that the auditor's principal motivation for recommending studying consolidation related to the financial needs of South County. Auditors also recommended using Prop 172 fund. Chief Bowden's operational report provides no justification for haste. With the acceptance of the auditor's recommendation, rescinding the delegation of authority to the Los Altos Hills Commission is unnecessary. The commission provides important local knowledge and control of the district fire.
Our next speaker is S.C. Mayo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Shichang Miao. I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I'm speaking to oppose strongly the proposal for shutting down the LH Fire District and centralizing it to the county. Due to our unique environment and the increased fire risks, we need the localized fire district more than ever because they are more familiar with the fire risk situation on the ground. So this is exactly the wrong time for consolidating to the central control. If there are management problems with our fire district, the county should make efforts to fix these problems, but these problems should not trigger a death sentence. So I plead for you to allow us to keep our fire district local. Thank you for considering our voices.
Our next speaker is Anand R. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm speaking to oppose the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. Local control of our fire district has worked extremely well for us. You see this in the results. We've not had any major fire here in over 3 decades. And now that we've seen, especially with climate change, fires are going to be an annual feature in the Bay Area. It's even more important. The people who have knowledge of our unique topography and the constraints of our town are in the business of protecting us from these fires. Consolidation of the fire district presents a danger, not only to our city, but to the county as a whole. I strongly encourage you to vote down this proposition. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amish Divatia. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Amish Divatia, and I have been a resident of Los Altos for the past 21 years, and I've also served on the Emerging Technology Committee for the town. I live 2 houses away from the Burn Park Preserve, which is a tinderbox at this time of the year. The recent evacuation warning has emphasized the need for local control and management of our surroundings. I see consequences of a possible consolidation. First, I see many of my neighbors installing their own roof sprinkler systems, which, unknown to them, is not going to protect them when water pressures drop during a fire. I also see private fire protection services trying to sell their services here, which will create even more pressure on roads and the water supply during the fire. Finally, many of my neighbors are willing to risk their lives by not evacuating, which is going to create a lot of problems. What is making this worse is this decision is being made without consulting any of the residents. I urge you not to consolidate LAHCFD or have the ashes of our lives on your hands. Thank you very much again.
The next group of speakers will include Rajiv Patel, Barry Bruins, Susan Goldman, and Jay Sutaria. Rajiv Patel, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Rajiv Patel, LAH resident and the chair of the Planning Commission in town. Today I speak as an individual. Fire safety has been one of the most critical concerns for our family. Even as a planning commissioner, when we recently discussed an updated tree ordinance, most residents spoke on their concerns about fire safety. We are a small and unique town in Santa Clara County with unique challenges. We need many of our fire prevention programs, without which we are at even higher risks of fire. A small, focused, and largely efficient LAHCFD is what we need to create a safer environment. Please do not dissolve LAHCFD as it serves no purpose other than increasing fire danger to our town and neighboring towns. We do not want the next fire to be on the conscience of this august body. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barry Bruins. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, but speak
Okay,
a little louder, Barry. Just a little louder.
I'm Barry Bruins. I'm resident of San Antonio Hills. I'm not going to repeat the many good points that all our neighbors have made. We're a very involved area, mainly because of local involvement. We need a local district fire, county fire district for the same reason we have district supervisors. You can focus on our needs. You can take care of your local people, and you don't need to cover the whole county. Same principle will apply. We had a recent experience with county fire trying to centralize the administration of CERT programs. That was 4 years ago, and it was a disaster. We had 3 years of revolving leaders. The program lost most of its momentum, 50% of its volunteers, and we've barely gotten the program back on the rails. The same thing will happen if we centralize the county fire commission. It's nothing personal, but with centralization comes bureaucracy. We know it in business, we know it in government. We really need local support and local involvement.
Our next speaker is Susan Goldman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Please do not consolidate the Los Altos Hills Fire District. Do not eliminate the Los Altos Hills Fire District. My name is Susan Goldman and my family has lived in Los Altos Hills for over 15 years. I'm a board member for the Quarry Hills Homeowners Association in Los Altos Hills. And as a board member here, I've worked closely with the LAHFD on many occasions and value our relationship. My neighbors, several of whom have CERT training, and I agree that with all the previous speakers that for fire and emergency services, we need local knowledge, local support, local dollars, local programs, and local participation for fire prevention and fire services. I oppose items 16 and 18. Los Altos Hills Fire District has managed our property tax dollars so well that there is now a large reserve, and this is good for my family and my neighborhood, especially in this era of raging wildfires. This reserve will help protect my property and my neighbors' properties in the case of ongoing fire and emergency safety here where we live. Keep our reserve money here and keep our Los Altos Hills Fire District area.
The next group of speakers include Jay Sutaria, Sue Welch, Jim Bassey, Neil Milkey, Jay Sutaria, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Jay Sutaria, resident of Los Altos Hills and a member of the town's Emergency Communications Committee, as well as a candidate for City Council. I've witnessed firsthand the dedication and local knowledge of our fire district commissioners and staff. Our town also has an active CERT community, which receives extensive training and support from our fire district and is key to our local disaster preparedness. The core business of LAHCFD is protection and prevention. This is an important complement to the core business of county fire, which is rescue and fire suppression. We are a high fire risk community, and we need local engagement, local decision-making, and local programs to address our unique needs. I'm concerned that the current reorganization proposal seems drastic and hasty, and that any changes would have unintended side effects that would impact our residents' preparedness and insurability. In this time of unprecedented fire risk, I strongly urge the board to slow down, engage fully with all stakeholders, and take a more measured approach to any reform. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Welch. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Sue Welch, a 35-year resident of the west side of Los Altos Hills. I oppose the dissolution of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District, which has been protecting our community under local control for decades. I'm concerned about the board circumventing the recommended process for fire service consolidation and pushing for a consolidation decision today without analysis of the implications for public safety and without input from LAFCO and all stakeholders. Please heed the advice of CAL FIRE professionals who have expressed concerns about the speed and lack of transparency of your process and vote no on the resolutions before you. The county has 2 million residents, 50,000 plus businesses, and an $8.2 billion budget. Surely you can find a way to increase funding for firefighting in the county without taking critical fire services from a small community deep in the wildlife land interface. Start by ensuring allocation.
Our next speaker is Jim Basihi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jim Basiji. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, we can. My name is Jim Basiji. My wife and I are a 33-year resident of Los Altos Hills in a lower Page Mill area. Due to the distinct danger of losing our home and neighborhood to wildfire, we are here to state our opposition to the consolidation of the LHAFD in its strongest terms. Los Altos Hills is an extremely wooded town and contains a massive amount of accumulated fast-bearing trees, shrubs, and dry undergrowth, including dead and dying pine trees, eucalyptus trees, coyote bushes, fields of dry grass, and etc. This makes our town extremely prone to wildfire. Our streets and alleyways are narrow and winding, making the job of fighting wildfire and evacuating residents, especially the elderly, very, very difficult. For the reasons that you heard from all the previous speakers, LAHFD has been very effective and very vital to the fire prevention body on fire prevention effort for the town in every way possible, including the effort of getting rid of all forms of. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Neil Milky, Cole Cameron, Gary Waldeck, and Kunal Patel. Neil, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I object to this aggressive, rushed process. The mayor of Morgan Hill has complained about this happening, quote, without any discussion or community or stakeholder input or outreach. CAL FIRE complained of the timing and speed of the process. And CAL FIRE 2881 called the process jamming this through in an environment of toxic smoke and scared citizen. This rush strangles public input. Public record requests remain open. Important documents were posted yesterday with no time for the public to review and respond. We didn't even know that the board proposed to trigger consolidation and not just study until last week. We haven't seen an opinion from the county attorney about the legality of the fire hydrant project. There are many questionable facts being quoted with no time to respond, like the 94% low risk figure. But how can I explain?
The next speaker is Cole Cameron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Cole Cameron. I'm one of the few here not a resident, and I want to make sure that from an outside perspective, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to clarify. I sit on the County CERT Council, and I've been watching how Los Altos Hills team has done just an amazing job working with their fire team and supporting the locals, because I think local money should stay local and be run by local. I mean, when you have a house that's off GPS, as one example presented earlier, a CERT team that was lost completely and now rebuilt with great leadership, that is the kind of thing we need throughout. As I approached the council a year ago, I look forward to expanding our CERT program into the other rural areas of the county and every district. Please support these locals doing a great job. Thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Our next speaker is Gary Waldeck. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gary Waldeck, and I have previously served Los Altos Hills as a Pierce Hills Water Commissioner, council member, mayor, and a Los Altos Hills County Fire District Commissioner. I oppose the county's proposal to consolidate the fire district. This unique district has one of the most dangerous fire environments in the entire county. The district has created one of the most active CERT programs anywhere. And as you just heard, it's been resurrected given some other indications. The district has one of the highest tax loads payable to the county. And at the same time, we also have the highest fire risk factors. The district is very aware of these risks and actively reduces these risks when using the existing allocated budgets. If it's approved, the funding now used to prepare for the fire season will be severely reduced, the consequences of which can only lead to unbelievable losses. Please vote no on these proposals. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include Kunal Patel, Nicole Andrews, David Liverens, and Barry. Kunal Patel, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kunal Patel. I'm 23 years old and a Los Altos Hills resident. I'm extremely concerned about climate change and preservation of trees. I'm equally concerned about fire safety and the balance between tree preservation and fire danger. Please do not hurt our generation by taking rash decisions on merging fire departments that will only make them less nimble and bureaucratic, ending up hurting the environment with more fires and less trees. Keep Los Altos Hills Community Fire District in place and do not disband it. Our generation depends on you to do the right thing for better fire safety and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Andrews. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
My name is Nicole Andrews and I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills and have been serving on the Los Altos Hills Public Art Committee since 2017. I'm a former co-chair for the committee as well and on the board of the directors for the Los Altos History Museum. I'd really hate for the Los Altos History Museum to one day create an exhibit about the Great Fire in Los Altos Hills. I cannot stress the importance of having an active Los Altos Hills County Fire District enough. We live in an area where the brush can become overgrown and there are tons of beautiful foliage and it all takes one cigarette alone just to start a fire, let alone the recently alarming occurrences of dry lightning. Our current liaison is George Tyson, who prior to oversee our committee as a part of council was the president of Los Altos Hills Fire District and has been a part of the commission for 6 years. When I vocalized my frustrations on the off and on ramps of Magdalena, a few weeks later, everything was cleared up and looked nice. My family really happy and pleased to see the removal of the area. I beg you here today, please do not rescind the delegation of authority.
Our next speaker is David Leverins. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Okay, I'm Dave Leverins. I'm a 43-year resident of Los Altos Hills. I've been a member of the emergency response team for several years. I've been an election officer for Los Altos Hills for 4 years. The audit comment that tree removal was not efficiently carried out in the west and southwest of Los Altos Hills is very misleading, if not wrong. The audit conclusion that extreme risk red zone area in southwest Los Altos Hills was badly managed for tree removal assumes there are more trees in the red zone area that still require removal in the dead tree removal program. That's not the case. In an hour and a half of slow driving this morning, I covered the red zone. I found one, count them, one dead pine tree off of Magdalena Loop, plus 4 stressed pine trees off of Altamont, none off of Moody Road. So much for the district not doing a good job on dead tree removal in the red zone.
Our next speaker is Barry. Barry, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Barry Smith and our family have lived in Los Altos Hills for 40 years. The proposal to suspend the local Los Altos Hills Fire Department caught me by surprise. I've still not heard compelling reasons for even considering this. It sounds like all the audit issues have been addressed. It rather feels like some group wants to tell we citizens what is best and safest for us, despite what appears to be an overwhelming citizen support for our local fire district. I would like to speak to a personal action by our local fire district, which I suspect would have not happened under consolidation. My neighbor and I shared an enormous and dying eucalyptus tree right next to our 2 homes. Had this eucalyptus tree caught fire, our 2 homes likely would have been destroyed and quickly spread to adjacent homes. The local fire district identified this risk, which we didn't fully appreciate, and removed this tree. I ask you to oppose 16 and 18.
The next group of speakers will include Ava Chan, Michael O'Malley, Dee, and Tao Lai. Ava Chan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Ava Chan. I oppose the consolidation. My family has lived in Los Altos Hills for over 20 years. The topography and vegetation in our town are very different from other cities within the county. Fire emergency mitigation efforts need local knowledge and support, which is best achieved through local involvement. How will the county provide this type of support if we remove the commission and the programs? Also, this matter is close to my heart. My house experienced a small fire in 2017. I know firsthand the importance of rapid response and fire safety. The proposed consolidation would disrupt the ongoing fast response and operations in the middle of a catastrophic fire season. We need to maintain local management and support to mitigate this fire and emergency risks. We need more protection against fire, not less. I urge you to vote against items 16 and 18. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael O'Malley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Michael, you can begin.
How do we move on to the next one?
Dee, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Dee, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I am a 26-year resident of Los Altos Hills and strongly oppose the consolidation. Our area is one of elevated risk. Many of our homes border the open space reserve, and in fact, many of us prepared go bags and loaded our cars not that long ago. Our topography includes narrow lanes, winding roads, and multiple dead ends. It's easy to get lost, or more importantly, not to be found when seconds matter. We have steep hills and deep valleys, ideal accelerants for wildfire. This is nothing like the flat topography of much of Santa Clara County. It's not clear to me that the audit recommends consolidation. And using this 2-year-old audit as a backdoor to consolidation is highly questionable. In fact, I have not heard one positive comment. I am baffled as to why we're even discussing this.
Our next speaker is Tao Lai. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I oppose and disagree the item number 16 and 18, the consolidation of Los Altos Hills County Fire District with Santa Clara County Fire District. We live in a very natural environment with a lot of trees around. However, we are in a high fire risk community too. So we need more protection against the fire. So we need to have a local force to dedicate their effort to protect our residents. We want the tax dollar from our local taxpayer to be used to protect us, to meet our emergency needs. So please don't consolidate the 2 fire districts together. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include Stanley Mock, Kjell Carlson, Ty Connor, and Samya McHowell. Stanley Mock, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a 24-year resident of Los Altos Hills, a candidate for Los Altos Hills City Council, and a 14-year person in the Finance and Investment Committee. I am totally against the proposed consolidation. If consolidated, Los Altos Hills will lose control over our infrastructure. To be clear, we funded our infrastructure. The money in our district has been saved since 1939, and it's either time or money. So we have put volunteer time to save the amount of money that we have in our district. We have also paid for all the services that have been rendered to us. So I think that if consolidation happens, then we will have a serious taxation without representation situation. Los Altos Hills cannot outvote the county once we only have, since we only have one supervisor representing us.
Our next speaker is Kjell Carson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm Kjell Carlson. Been a search supervisor with the fire district for over about 10 years. I attend over 50 meetings of the fire district over these years. I would say the county fire is good at training firefighters and staffing fire stations and so on, but they're horrible at anything else that the fire district is good at. The county fire took over the search program a few years ago, and it was a disaster. We are now rebuilding it again through the efforts of the fire district. Fire district is real good at fire protection, fire prevention, emergency preparedness, and that's the things that the county is really bad at. I would say also for over 50 years, I want to thank the county supervisors that never ever proposed something like this again, in the last 50 years. So please don't do this. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include Ty Connor, Samya McHowell, Dave Stewart, and Eileen Gibbons. Ty Connor, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ty Connor, and I've lived on Quail Lane in Los Altos Hills for 15 years. I was also a member of the Community Emergency Response Team when it was operated by our local district. And I just want to reiterate and support the points that I have heard thus far from my fellow residents, that I oppose the consolidation and the dissolution of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. I think the deficiencies raised in the audit have been addressed by our local fire district board, a board that includes my neighbors and friends, and that I trust them to do the right thing for the fire district. We want local control of our fire district and our local tax dollars, and I would urge the county commissioners to reject items 16 and 18, and please do not annex or dissolve the Los Altos Fire Hill District. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samia McCool. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Samia, I need you to unmute yourself.
Move on.
Dave Stewart, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Yes.
Okay. Written in the 2016 Fire Services Agreement between Los Altos Hills, the county, and the fire district, this Board of Supervisors unanimously recognized that to protect a special tax voted upon themselves by the residents of the fire district, that it would be essential for the fire district not to be reorganized, merged, consolidated, or annexed, and that if a reorganization were proposed, it would be submitted to the voters of the fire district. I ask that you respect your 1996 and 2016 Services Agreement commitments and reject Resolutions 16 and 18. The rush to deauthorize has no compelling basis in the facts. To make drastic changes without proper planning, I feel shows a reckless disregard for the citizens of the district. I'm Dave Stewart, the search supervisor in the Los Altos Hills, and I oppose the authorization. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen Gibbons. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm Eileen Gibbons. I'm opposed to number 18 and 16. I read the background grand jury reports and audits. They talked about firefighters per capita and the number of acres served per station. They should also include the terrain, the road access, and housing density, and the need to understand those by a fire district. Another thing that stood out was the spending by fire districts without taking into consideration at all the value of the houses in the districts. It does make sense to spend the money where it was and is collected, but arguing over the presented justifications is a distraction because your finance committee, who recommended this consolidation, could admit that this proposal is just a blatant theft attempt. Please vote no, and I do appreciate the supervisor's time and effort in listening to all the citizens of Los Altos Hills Fire District. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Samia McCool, David, John and Ann O'Connell, and Josh Mannion. Samia McCool, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Samia, I need you to unmute yourself. We will move on to the next speaker. David, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is David Zhang. We live in our ranch land. We've been here for 15 years. And we strongly oppose item 16 and item 18. And we have been really relying on local Los Altos Hills County Fire District for many wonderful local programs to keep us safe from the fire, like the local wood chip and the tree removal program. And it has been really, really helpful for us to stay safe. And recently, when we were planning for the evacuation, we had used the local integrated, the the home ignition zone program to help us identify the fire safety issue with our home, and we were able to really keep our home safe and without any issue. So please keep the local program local and oppose item 16 and 18. Thank you.
The next speaker is John and Ann O'Connell. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. We are one of the many non-rich residents of Los Altos Hills. Our property is our major asset, and insurance against fire is becoming increasingly difficult. Dissolution of proven, trusted local governance should not occur without consideration of alternatives and consultation with the affected parties. The Board of Supervisors elect the Los Altos Hills County Fire District Commissioners to provide governance. They are residents nominated by our elected supervisor, and they are personally invested in protecting Los Altos Hills and our neighbors. Santa Clara County Fire is an important part of the team, but accountable to Los Altos Hills. Resolutions 16 and 18 would extinguish Los Altos Hills County Fire District. Chief Bowden would be responsible for fire services from Los Altos to Gilroy, well, now to Los Gatos, unaccountable to any
Our next group of speakers include Josh Mannion, Peter Evans, Kathy Evans, and David Quattel. Josh Mannion, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I am a resident of Los Altos Hills and have been for the last 10 years, and I'm very concerned about fire safety. Local control and oversight is most important, and I oppose the proposed consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Evans. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Peter Evans. I'm a member of the board of Prisma Hills Water District. I'm a CERT Recon, and also a county disaster services worker. And I just got done tearing up what I was going to say and come back to something. I don't think this is about process. This is about what's going to happen. And we've run the experiment. Our CERT program was consolidated into the county a few years ago. And through that process, we lost most of our members. Even with the best intentions, the county-run program was not as effective and our residents were less safe. And then I guess since the beginning of this audit, I've personally experienced a chilling of the ability of the fire district to make its own decisions. And so we've seen a reduction in the possible level of cooperation between the district and Prisma Hills Water District in terms of fire prevention infrastructure. So I oppose this consolidation, and I think it's easy to look objectively and see what's going to happen if it happens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Evans. Kathy, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I have been a longtime Los Altos Hills resident. My home and my neighborhood back up to the San Antonio open space. You've heard lots of people tell you that this is a unique situation. We have very narrow roadways. We have many neighborhoods that have one way in and one way out. If a tree goes down and a roadway is blocked, our next way to get out of the area is going to be through our town pathway system. Someone needs to be familiar with the pathway system, familiar with the neighborhood, familiar with the residents in that neighborhood who might actually need assistance getting out. Who has livestock? We have livestock. We have horses. We were given the evacuation notice. We did have our trailer ready to go, loaded, ready to load our animals. We live up the street from Hidden Villa. They were actually actively loading their pigs and sheep and horses there. This is, we are unique. We're not like the rest of the county.
Our next speaker is David Quattel. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. David, can you unmute yourself? David?
Hi, this
There.
is David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you. Continue.
Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. David appears to be having problems with his audio.
Can we come back to him? Thank you.
Sure can. The next group of speakers will include Rebecca Hickman, Esther John, Mark Seidel, and John Swan. Rebecca Hickman, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I have lived in Los Altos Hills since 1998. The close and active community partnership my family and Hills residents have with the Los Altos Hills County Fire District has been critical for fire safety prevention in our unique high-risk rural area. Every year, LAFTA home and property assessment helps us fight with fire prevention. We depend on the brush chipping and monthly yard waste drop-off programs to clear our property of fire hazards. My parents who lived with us took part in valuable senior emergency preparedness programs. As a volunteer with Los Altos Hills Parks and Recreation, the LAF-sponsored CERT provides safety support for our camps, programs, and events. These are only a few examples that demonstrate the critical partnership LAF provides to my family and our community. These quality services and programs and the knowledge of our high fire risk community cannot be replicated on a larger scale. I strongly believe that the regional community-centered approach needs to remain in place. I respectfully ask the board to oppose the consolidation of the LAFCO County Fire. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Esther John. Esther, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther John. Our family has lived in Los Altos Hills for 27 years, and we are right next to the open space Rancho San Antonio. Fire safety has been a major concern for us, especially this summer, and we actually started getting prepared for potential evacuation in August. So we really need more fire protection and not less. I strongly feel that local knowledge, local resources, and local oversight are most important to our community. I strongly oppose the proposed consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. I ask you to please not dismantle the Los Altos Hills Fire District when it is working well and efficiently, as you've heard. Thank you very much for listening.
Our next speaker is Mark Seidel. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Mark Seidel, and I represent Hidden Villa. We're a 1,600-acre open space area in Los Altos Hills. Our property exists at the interface of wild spaces, farmland, and homes. And we host over 50,000 people who visit our farm and wilderness area every year. Safety is a top priority for us, and fire safety is becoming increasingly important. We believe that the consolidation being considered would be a mistake, as it will likely increase risk to our historic property and our many, many visitors. We are opposed to consolidation and urge you to vote no on resolutions 16 and 18. The Los Altos Hills County Fire District control is our most secure path to safety. We have confidence based on their investment, responsiveness, and firsthand experience with their emergency preparedness and response. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include John Swan, Dee Dee Smulin, Terry Kearney, and Sharon Luna. John Swan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
This is actually Linda Swan. He's on too. I don't know which one. The computers both may say John Swan. Is that okay? You have both.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, all right. I'm Linda Swan, a 32-year resident of Los Altos Hills and also a candidate for town council. Most of our town is in the wildland urban interface. Wildfire risk is our biggest issue facing the town today. The Los Altos Hills County Fire District has done a good job of protecting our town from fires. The fire in Burn Preserve in 2017 was quickly extinguished because of the proximity of the El Monte Fire Station. The Santa Clara County Fire District has a vast area to oversee. Now is not the time to combine the fire districts. The taxpayers know the importance of the work that the fire district is doing in town, including motivating the 300-member CERT team. The district has money in reserve to implement a comprehensive plan to utilize the funds to bring down the threat of wildfires and insurance cancellations. Our district is laser focused on our immediate area and should continue to protect Los Altos Hills. We need local control and want the Los Altos Hills County Fire District to continue to represent us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dee Dee Smulin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. President Chavez, thank you for your time and attention to this critical matter facing our county. My name is Dee Dee Smullen. I'm the president of the Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council, and we're a nonprofit organization with the mission to mobilize the people of Santa Clara County to protect their homes, communities, and environment from wildfires. Your instinct and sense of urgency to take action to improve wildfire preparation and response for Santa Clara County is well justified, and you need to take the right actions. Fire response and authority in this county is overly complicated, and we are in an unprecedented wildfire season, facing unprecedented future threats impacting not just the residents of the WUI, but health of our most vulnerable residents. We would be further along in our efforts to address these threats if everyone had the level of district and resident engagement that we have in Los Altos Hills. I urge you to continue to provide leadership and take coordinated steps with all partners to protect Santa Clara County from wildfires. Acting on the consolidation at this time will distract us from the urgent issues we face.
Our next speaker is Terry Kearney. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm a Hills resident and a CFD commissioner. I asked to become a commissioner in 2019 because of what I saw in deployments in Paradise in 2018 for the Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue Team and the Red Cross. I take my duties as a commissioner seriously, and I believe in a regional approach to addressing wildland fire risk. I want to stress that the district is eager to work with the county to that end. First, with respect to the audit, I believe that a suspension of authority is moot because the district is working with the county to implement the audit recommendations, including working with county council and using county procurement policies and procedures. Second, with respect to consolidation, I disagree with the policy and with the proposal to dissolve and annex the district because among other reasons, the record before the board objectively does not address any of the potential adverse impacts it will have on the Hills residents. I urge you to oppose items 16 and 18, and I thank you for your time.
Our next group of speakers include Steve Jordan, Mauri Okamoto Kearney, Teresa Perez, and Melvin Vaughn. Steve Jordan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Chair Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Steve Jordan. I'm a 35-year resident of Los Altos Hills and an elected director of Person Mills Water District for over 11 years. I have worked with the fire district on pipeline and storage projects for over 10 years. The fire district has always focused on meeting our unique needs for firefighting, such as increasing the water storage capacity and increasing the fire flow capacity to be more than that required by county fire code. I think it's important to ensure that we have storage and fire flow capability beyond county requirements, since we border 3 forested open space preserves. And I think it would be irresponsible to downgrade our fire protection more than 50% as part of a tax grab. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maori Okamoto Kearney. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Mari Okamoto Kearney. I live with my husband on Moody Road and have benefited from training as a CERT member, a CERT Recon member, and from all the preparedness classes that the LAH CFD has offered. I support the CFD and local jurisdiction. I deployed, as Terry did, with Santa Clara County Search and Rescue and American Red Cross at the Camp Fire in 2018 about the same time. And when at the same time of year. And when I returned home, I was shocked that what I considered an idyllic country rural setting with narrow roads was really, in fact, an evacuation nightmare surrounded by fuel. I believe that the local knowledge and education with our county fire district actually is much more helpful than a consolidation. I support the county fire district to remain as it is and urge you to do so.
The next group of speakers include Teresa Perez, Melvin Vaughn, Wadey Lee, and Valmet. Teresa Perez, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I am a South County resident. You will get more for less with CAL FIRE than Santa Clara Fire. I am advocating for CAL FIRE to continue services to South County and not allow Los Altos County Fire to come into our South County area. CAL FIRE can provide a better service to South County residents than Santa Clara County Fire at a much lower cost. It has been proven time and time again throughout the state of California for years. This has been quietly rushed through the channels and has not been given any public scrutiny. Currently, the city of Morgan Hill and the unincorporated areas of Santa Clara County have contracted with CAL FIRE to provide complete all-risk fire protection in these areas. Both jurisdictions pay CAL FIRE to staff the fire equipment, and they do so at a very reasonable cost. The city of Gilroy employs their own fire department funded by the city of Gilroy. All three agencies have done a boundary job agreement where regardless of the jurisdiction, an emergency occurs, the closest fire engine is dispatched. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melvin Vaughn. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Melvin Vaughn. I am a retired battalion chief and the vice president of Los Altos Hills Fire District. I strongly oppose the deregulation and the consolidation of the fire districts. As you know, we live in one of the most dangerous and what I consider to be one of the biggest target hazards in all of Santa Clara County. We've worked very hard with the district, and I'm not speaking, for myself, to improve the water district and the infrastructure in this area. I fought the Oakland Hills fire, and I don't want to see something like that to happen here. And it most certainly can, based off of the narrow roads and inadequate water supplies that we have here. And right now we would be reducing the span of control and a reduction of services if oversight was taken out of this jurisdiction. Right now, there's a fire chief, myself, and lawyers that actually sit on every meeting for the fire district. And so we've been getting a lot of misinformation about the direction of the fire board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wadey Lee. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I didn't know what happened last night. I couldn't find a new button, but thank you. My name is Wadey Lee, and I'm a 26 years old resident here in Los Altos Hills. My neighbors before me in this meeting have spoken of all the importance of keeping our local fire district, and I'm not going to repeat here. Again, I am emphasis of having local control. It is important to have control in the hands of people that live here who knows what's needed. That knowledge can be gained from a map or a 1 hour drive through. Our fire district has done an excellent job in the past which greatly reduce the risk of wildfire in the town. I respectfully ask the board to oppose items 16 and 18. Do not consolidate our fire district. Our district understands the fire danger here, and we need them to keep our town safe. Thank you very much.
The next group of speakers include Valmet, Steve Kaleem, John Swan, Courtney Corrigan. Valmet, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Valerie Metcalf, and I've been a resident of Los Altos Hills for over 25 years. The presenting reasons for this change have been substantially resolved, so I'm not sure why we're still going down this road. The many reasons for local control have also been well stated. Making a significant organizational change in the middle of the fire season seems a little ill-advised, to say the least. Please reject the consolidation proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Kaleem. Steve, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Steve,
We can't hear you. You want to try again, Steve? I think we might have to come back. It doesn't look like, it looks like he's unmuted but unable to.
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, go ahead.
Hi, hello supervisors. I'm Steve Kellum, a 29-year resident of Los Altos Hills. Thank you for the opportunity to express my views, and I urge you strongly to reject the consolidation of the fire districts. LAH has a large and active community. I spend some of my free time volunteering for CERT and have taken my personal time to train to be an active CERT supervisor in the Hills. CERT is a powerful force that builds community that is trained to work with the fire department in times of emergencies. I'm also a ham radio operator solely for providing emergency communications. A big concern of consolidation effort is that it will remove local oversight of the fire department, removing local expertise. A far-reaching organization like the fire department needs more citizen involvement and oversight, not less. Our supervisor, Joe Smithian, takes the time to understand and stands up for the issues in our community. We would lose his representation on these issues. Again, we need to reject the consolidation effort. Thank you.
our next speaker is John Swan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is John Swan. I also am against consolidation. Los Altos Hills has one of the largest wildland urban interface regions on the peninsula in Santa Clara County. Our local fire district's origin dates back to 1939. It was established to provide local and rapid response to wildfires. Our last major fire in town was in 1985. In stark contrast, the Burn Preserve fire of 2017 was quickly extinguished because the El Monte Fire Station was in close proximity. That station was built by the district. Wildfires are rapidly increasing due to the impact of climate change. The money currently in the fund were established by residents taxing themselves. In summary, we need our local district to continue to function. Rapid response is vital to minimizing the risk of wildfires. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Courtney Corrigan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, and thank you for taking all these comments today. I want to echo Betty Caton's comments that this is highly unprecedented to see so many Los Altos Hills residents come together and unify behind a single cause on such short notice. I am a proud city council member finishing my 8th year. I am also a member of our CERT team. Many of my neighbors have already captured my thoughts, but I do want to express my complete and utter opposition to this entire effort. The most important message I want to leave you with is that our fire district is committed to full compliance with the recommendations. And further, we are absolutely willing to work with and support the larger region we are adjacent to and proud to call our neighbors. I'm going to repeat that. We are committed to full compliance with the recommendations and further absolutely willing to work with our larger regional neighbors here. So please do not do this today. Let's have some opportunity to talk about it. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Deborah Padovan, Tori Dye, Scott Vanderlip, and Charles Smith. Deborah Padovan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Deborah Padovan, City Clerk with the Town of Los Altos Hills. We respectfully request the Board of Supervisors honor its longstanding contractual commitment under Article 14 of the 2016 Fire and Emergency Medical Services Agreement, which states, the Board of Supervisors of Santa Clara County, as the Board of Directors of the Central Fire District, hereby recognizes that in order to preserve the potential revenue stream from a special tax approved by a special election held among registered voters in the district pursuant to Government Code Section 53978, it is essential that the district not be reorganized, including, but not limited to, dissolved, merged, consolidated, or annexed. Furthermore, the Board acknowledges and agrees that even if such reorganization was proposed, such issue must be submitted to the registered voters of the district for approval pursuant to Government Code Section 56,000 et sec, and that the conducting authority for any such election be with the fire district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tori Dye. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Tori? Hello, my name is Tori Dye, and I am a Los Altos Hills resident, and I also manage Western Community Barn. I am against the consolidation. We had a fire 2 years ago in the open space adjacent to the barn, and the quick action of the fire department made it a very manageable situation. And it was really great to have them so close by, as we had children here for the camp programs, and it was really an asset to have them so close by. I have also participated in the CERT and large animal evacuation programs, and these have been invaluable to me in managing the barn. I urge the board to reject the consolidation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Vanderlip. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, this is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is Scott Vanderlip, longtime resident of Los Altos Hills, and I also oppose the consolidation of our fire district. I have personally benefited from the chipping program. It's a great community program. It brings the neighbors together. We all get out on our driveway and chip our stuff and feel good about that, reduce the fuel load. And actually, there were some comments about how private all this went to take down trees that were on private property. Well, I can tell you, we had a big project that was really not on my property, but my adjacent school district property. And they removed maybe $90,000 worth of trees that the school district wasn't going to do. But luckily, the tree removal program came in, removed the trees, and they were here for an entire week taking down all those trees. But anyway, without that chipping, I don't think the school district on public land would have been removed without them. So I oppose the consolidation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Smith. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking in opposition to the consolidation activity. Want to come at it a little bit differently. I think time is of the essence in wildfires. I was looking at the recent glass fire in near Santa Rosa and Napa. My son lives in Santa Rosa, and that fire went from Napa to Santa Rosa in less than 24 hours. He was given less than 2 hours notice to evacuate. He did evacuate. His house was okay, but the one down the street, just 3 houses away, was destroyed. So I think it's vital that we have a fast response capability for the overall response to wildfires. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include Alice Sakamoto, Kevin and Deb Conant, Shatal Devatia, and Susan Mason. Alice Sakamoto, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I rely heavily on the brush chipping and tree program that my property taxes have contributed to for years. We do our own work and make regular use of the yard waste drop-off program. I've received many hours of valuable training through the CERT program. I don't understand how or why there's justification for diverting money elsewhere for services that I and others have paid for. I believe the brush chipping program has provided a huge incentive to reduce the amount of potential fuel in the town, the risks of which a majority of the other cities in the county are not faced with. Local fire personnel, commission members, CERT management, and volunteers, all often working together, have a detailed understanding of the terrain of the town, the high risks due to it, and safety needs of residents because of it. I believe the fire commissioners have put their time and effort into providing valuable services to residents for the purpose of safety. I would argue that the proposed consolidation, which presumably includes the absorption of taxpayers' money, cannot help but weaken fire prevention services that are currently provided to residents. For that reason, I urge opposition to the consolidation and suspension proposal. Thank you.
Next speakers are Kevin and Deb Conant. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Chavez.
Hello.
I'm excited that you guys are addressing the issue of a strategic fire plan within our county. As a 42-year veteran of the fire service, all in Santa Clara County, I encourage you to listen to this feedback, and for you, and especially you and Dave Cortese, to reflect on the leadership that you provided in the city of San Jose when you required public safety to consider a strategic plan before you made a decision. The work you did, the product that was produced, and the service provided to the citizens was exceptional. Tony Bowden has provided great leadership in bringing to the forefront the need for a strategic plan, and I hope that you take this opportunity to direct the commissioning of that plan so you can look comprehensively at the entire county. Thank you, and God bless you guys.
Our next speaker is Shatal Devatia. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Shatal Devatia, and I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I work as a city planner for more than 30 years. The timing of this fire district consolidation plan proposal before you today is indeed an irony on this smoke-filled afternoon, whereby fires have become a common occurrence. This is symptomatic of the senseless bureaucracy of our government, the lack of transparency and appropriate scrutiny and mismanagement that leads to the general disdain of government, and that includes employees like me and volunteers like you. The consolidation of the fire district may work well for your accounting books, but does not work well for the people who live in this area and would be at risk at losing their lives and homes when a fire is to occur, and we know it's just a matter of time. If anything, we need a more hands-on fire district and not a consolidated district that we know will be less effective at the local level. The government and the board has heard from a variety of people.
The next group of speakers will include Susan Mason, Gary Gremin, Boxia Schmidt, and Cameron Bilger. Susan Mason, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Susan Mason. My family has lived in Los Altos Hills for over 31 years. My husband and I are CERT team members. I am the chair of the town's Finance and Investment Committee. I speak as an individual and am opposed to items 16 and 18. My family has found great value and have participated in the services that have been offered by our local fire district, such as the tree removal and the chipping program. We have participated in the CERT training and the preparedness classes. We have evacuation routes in our own neighborhood that were predicated on the CERT training and that activity. As you've heard already, our town has unique characteristics of narrow and winding streets and dead-end streets. And the fire district has built its funding reserves to address our unique aspects of this town. Our fire commission it consists of our neighbors from both the incorporated and the unincorporated area. And these are folks that know the terrain. They know the unique vegetation. The local focus.
Our next speaker is Gary Gremin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
President Chavez and Board of Supervisors, my name is Gary Kremen. You know, we've known each other for years. I know you all as fair public servants, that you listen to public comments and you don't prejudge. As you know, I kind of represent most of the people on the call, first at Pearson Hills Water Districts, now at Valley Water. I've probably been to 500 public meetings, maybe even more. I have never been the one with so much opposition. Right now, I'm counting about 112 to 0 against a measure. Why are all these people opposed? It's not about the $14 million. It's about our lives are at stake. Supervisor Ellenberg, you've been to my street. You know how windy it is. It's very representative of Los Altos Hills. There's just one way in. There would be a one way just for myself, the Baders, my 8-year-old Abraham to get in and out. That's why I'm a member of CERT and a ham radio operator, and I utterly oppose this. And please change your mind. I've done it many times from the dais. I urge both you and Supervisor Cortese to change your mind. Thank you.
The next group of speakers include Boxia Schmidt, Cameron Bilger, Raj Reddy, and John McKay. Boxia Schmidt, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Baxia Schmidt. My families and I have been residents in Los Altos Hills for almost 10 years now. We are very happy with our local fire district in prevention of fire hazards. As you all know, Los Altos Hills is a unique area with lots of trees and complicated road situation. So I think no one can provide faster and more flexible reaction to emergency situation than our local guys. We oppose the consolidation. We want our local control. Please vote no on item 16 and item 18. Thank you so much for listening.
Our next speaker is Cameron Bilger. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Cameron, I need you to unmute yourself. Okay, we will move on to our next speaker, Raj Reddy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I am Raj Reddy. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Raj Reddy, candidate for Los Altos Hills City Council and a 33-year resident of Los Altos Hills. The Los Altos Fire District is providing an excellent service to our community for fire protection, which includes resilience, emergency preparedness programs, disaster readiness, and communication during crisis. The Los Altos Fire District has supported a community for the last 45 years without any large fires. We have severe wildfire potential due to vegetation hazards on private and public lands, including our open space and parks. We need to maintain a fire commission and budget for local programs to meet these fire risks. The Los Altos Fire District has proactively addressed all 6 operational items highlighted in your audit and resolved all outstanding items. I respectfully ask that you vote against.
Our next speaker is John McKay. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. Hello to the Board of Supervisors, President Chavez. It's great to see that you guys are having a lively hearing today. Certainly know what those are like. I am a council member here in Morgan Hill, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I wanted to especially thank Mike Wasserman for having item 17 removed from the agenda and therefore pulling the impacts from items 16 and 18. Hopefully that's in recognition of a great collaborative effort that is being well managed down here in the South County. So I do appreciate that. But there's always a possibility that an item like this could return. So I thought I'd leave you with just a couple things to think about, just in case I'm not in the room to say something while you guys are talking about it. One thing I want to remind everybody of is that we live in an area that is surrounded by county land and SRA lands, and having the ability to have the same agency take care of both is invaluable. And I want to thank you for allowing us to keep that.
The next group of speakers will include Cameron Bilger, Yvonne Martinez Beltran, James Riolini, and Farbad Aram. Cameron Bilger, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Cameron, I need you to unmute your device. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker. Yvonne Martinez Beltran, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, President Chavez and Board Supervisors. I appreciate the initiative to consider all options on the table for fire protection as we face financial challenges and look for ways to share resources. I appreciate you removing the South County from this action until we've had a formal evaluation and identified a plan to be implemented. Your concern for our region is apparent, and we're committed to working with you as you collaborate with multiple districts, stakeholders, and possible outcomes. I'd like to highlight a few items for future discussion. South County is not easily accessible to share resources with other parts of the county due to being geographically isolated. We have created strategic ways in Morgan Hill to maximize protection and meet our challenges by sharing CAL FIRE resources, heavily relying on mutual aid between the 3 districts, which has been incredibly successful. In response to the Board of Supervisors management audit, SSCCFD board commissioner stated, South County experiences mutual aid isolation. The agencies have existing mutual and automatic mutual aid agreements in place with adjoining fire jurisdictions. However, the travel times for those resources.
Our next speaker is James Riolini. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Jim Riolini. I'm the president of the Jackson Oaks Homeowners Association. We've been through the Camp Fire, the Crew Fire, and the Lightning Fire. And we cannot tell you how much we are grateful to the work of the South County Fire District and all the people involved with helping us to prepare for the evacuation. And prior to that, for the last 4 years, we've been working hard with them to come up with programs to make our places fire safe. I can tell you within the last 72 hours, there's over 500 homes that are up here. And I've heard from most of them, if not many, that they're totally flummoxed by what the county is trying to do with consolidating and taking away this valuable resource. So please continue with getting rid of this program. Bye.
The next group of speakers will include Farbad Aram, Sharon Luna, Irfan Njutsi Kuparas. Farad Aram, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Sanya Aram and Farwood Aram from Los Altos Hills. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our opinion. Our household is opposing the fire consolidation. We live in a high-risk area with lots of fire hazards around us. Our lives are in danger. With increased fires in California the last few years and the climate change, we would expect to increase and improve the services, not to reduce them. And we will lose our home and assets insurances. And also this will badly affect our the value of our homes. You know, I don't recommend Santa Clara County to consolidate because they will be exposed to lawsuits in the future because lots of damages will happen. We appreciate your understanding and moving you to reject the consolidation. We also, pay lots of.
The next speaker is Sharon Luna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors. I'm sorry I was up before, but I have 3 children that are using the internet and I got kicked off. I am a resident of San Martin and a member of the San Martin Neighborhood Alliance. I would deeply like to thank you for deleting item number 17 regarding the consolation, in the South County. However, I do have a question in regard to the item that has been left on, number 15, the management audit of South Santa Clara, page 84. It recommends consolidation. If you approve this audit, will you still continue to evaluate consolidation, or are you, when this agenda item comes up, going to remove that recommendation? Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include Irfan, Bill Murphy, Chris Welburn, and Sally Wood. Irfan, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, this is Irfan. First of all, thank you. I would appreciate a logical explanation of why we're not being consulted, as one of my colleagues mentioned before. It needs to be a democratic process. My name is Irfan. We live in Liddicote Circle of Page Mill, and both me and my wife strongly oppose the item 16 and 19. We are against consolidating and change management. We moved into Los Altos Hills 5 years back, and one of the criteria was fire safety, which is a function of local fire district. Let me also touch base upon the human side why it's not good a decision. In today's world, the new world of COVID has taught the power of localization. The symbiotic relationship of firefighters and local citizens will be lost. The synergies we create by the locals for the locals. Nobody knows fire district better than our local friendly firefighters. And while dissolving and consolidating a local fire district, it's taking us back in a process. If the program is running so well, and the residents are happy, we should share our best practices and preserve the existing.
Our next speaker is Bill Murphy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Murphy. After listening today, and really that's what I've spent the time doing, is listening. I'm a firefighter for Santa Clara County Fire Department. I can assure you there are other firefighters listening. And really what I'm saying is more addressed to the residents than it is to the board. Everything I heard today is passion and support for a fire department and a fire district that it's really what we love to hear. After listening, I think there's far more agreement than disagreement. I think that it's truly humbling to hear the passion that the community has for addressing the wildfire issue. And again, I'm addressing this more to the residents than the board. I can assure you that the firefighters that are on the line today hear you as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Wellborn. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I want to say a special thank you to President Chavez and to all the supervisors for taking the time to listen to all of the comments today. This is a very long day for you, and I don't envy you, so I'm going to keep my comments short. I'm opposed to the consolidation of items of the Los Altos Hills Community Fire District, items 16 and 18. I implore the supervisors to honor the December 13th, 2016 services agreement. And I just want to say we're very happy with our local control, the brush chipping program, the dead tree removal programs, and the CERT programs. So thank you again. Appreciate your time.
Our last group of speakers will include Sally Wood, Haifeng and Weiji Yoon, and Jitsi Kupras. Sally Wood, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Sally Wood. My family has lived in Los Altos Hills for about 35 years, and I'm speaking in opposition to 16 and 18. I think over the past several hours, my friends and neighbors have tried to communicate to you how different Los Altos Hills is compared to most of the county, and how much we are concerned about the danger of wildfires, and how very, very important we think prevention is and has been over the past few years. So I hope you will listen to all of us and you will vote no.
Our next speaker is Weifeng and Weiji Yoon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. We seem to be having some technical difficulties. They have dropped off the list. Jitsi Kupras, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, I'm a 40-year resident of Los Altos Hills, and I served 2 terms on the board of the fire district. I want to emphasize small and local means nimble and rapid decision making. In my tenure, we brought out some new and different facilities, including chipping, tree removal, a device called an AccuPulse, which was invented at Stanford and didn't have FDA approval, but we got to be chosen as the first place to deploy it. We chose to go with the Type 3 engine to replace the old patrol rig, again, while it was still experimental and being defined. And just as another example, we initiated a change in the building codes for solar panels for safety of firemen on roofs. I'll subside with that.
Our next speaker is Nobuku. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Nobuko Saito clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? My name is Nobuko Saito clearly. We have been living in this house for 28 years, which was built by Eisner in 1938. It is a historical house and we are enjoying this natural setting. That said, our house has a lot of natural oak tree and a private setting. Thus, we are very grateful for the town's free brush chipping service, monthly yard waste drop-off, and also fire safety education that they provided to all the residents. My husband, Dr. Cleary, and I are both senior and retired, and these services are very helpful for safety and financially. I strongly hope Los Altos Hills Fire Department continue to maintain with the current arrangement so that all our residences keep a safe environment. Therefore, we are against the consolidation, item 16 and 18. Thank you so very much for listening to us.
The next group of speakers are Richard Blanchard, caller ending in 099, Haifeng and Weiji Yoon, and Denise Gluhan. Richard Blanchard, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Richard Blanchard. My wife and I live on Mora Drive in San Antonio Hills. I will address 3 issues regarding the proposed consolidation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. First, the proposed consolidation is in fact a hostile takeover of the fire district. We all know the consequences of a hostile takeover. Resources are stripped out of the organization being acquired. As a result, there is a reduced capability to perform the organization's goals. Whether in the corporate world or in another forum, the organization being acquired is damaged or destroyed. Next, the proposed consolidation is being undertaken without first determining whether the residents of the fire district will receive any benefits from the consolidation. All of the information received to date shows no benefits to the residents of the affected area. Third, the process is not representative of a democracy, since none of the affected citizens were provided with the opportunity to vote on the issue. I say no consolidation without representation is our stand.
Our next speaker is the caller ending with phone number 099. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Caller 099, need you to unmute yourself, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. My name is Richard McCauley. My family has lived in Los Altos Hills for over 50 years. And in that time, we have been beneficiaries of a number of the programs that the fire district offers. And I'm just calling to offer full support for the local district that we have and encourage the supervisors to leave it as it is. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Hai Fang and Weijie Yoon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, President Chavez and supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Hai Fang Yun. My husband and I are residents of Los Altos Hills. I'm speaking today in opposition to the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills Fire District. As you know, Los Altos Hills is heavily wooded and some of the roads are hilly and narrow. So the needs for fire prevention and rescue is very unique. Los Altos Hills Fire District was created many years ago just to serve the special needs. It has the local knowledge and it offers programs to serve the community. For example, the wood chipping, the tree removal. Those programs are cost-effective ways of making Los Altos Hills safe. Our fire district has done a great job. Please keep the control local. We urge you to vote no on items 16 and 18. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Denise Gluhan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Denise Gluhan. I'm actually retired from Santa Clara County Fire as a fire captain and currently work as the Emergency Services Manager for Los Altos Hills County Fire District. Hadn't planned on speaking, but became very passionate with the support of all the residents for the fire district and for your oversight to take the time and listen to their concerns and their passion for their community and their aligning. Some of the things that I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors kind of differently from what everybody else has asked, to look at the Community Wildfire Protection Plan as a governing document, to support that as a Board of Supervisors, to look at the various components of that, to help with the consolidation of the county as one unit towards one direction of fire prevention in this county. Secondarily, to look at fire breaks. The fact that the fire break on the east side of the CZU fire was 280, I think is unacceptable. So we have to look at a countywide plan for better protection. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roy Shackle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Roy, I need you to unmute yourself.
There.
There you go.
Actually, I had a question. I was wondering if the issue of South County and the South County Fire Protection District had been discussed yet?
Nothing's really been discussed yet. We were listening to all of you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll yield back to the remainder.
Madam President?
Yes, Mike. Just
If we
because
make
the audit's still on. We have one more speaker. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike, sorry.
Speaker, item 17 was voted on and the South County consolidations taken off the table.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine Hagion Rezepka. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. And you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Christine Hagion Rezepka. I am a member of Gateway City Church. I am also a mental health counselor, and I would like to speak about the silent epidemic of loneliness, anxiety, and depression as a result of the pandemic. I am fortunate that my church has been live streaming long before this pandemic, but not every church is so blessed. The digital divide is very real, and prior to COVID-19, 1 in 4 households in America had no access to a computer. It is a very classist assumption to think that people can just use their phones online to watch church, but I have counseled many people who have no idea how to Google anything, use email, or to watch a YouTube video. I urge you to allow our churches to open.
Thank you, Christine. I wanted to just acknowledge that the COVID-19 item has not begun yet. So if you are on the call to speak to COVID-19, that will be the next item up. If you are online to speak on the fire services and wildfire, then we can take your call right now. If your hand's raised, I'm going to assume you're going to talk about wildfires. If you're not, the clerk will end your time with us, and then you can call back in. All right, so I'm going to have the clerk take the last 2 speakers, and then we're going to close the public comment on this item.
Our next speaker is Sandy Kelly. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Sandy Kelly, and I live in Los Altos Hills, have been here for 45 years. There's so many big points have already been made. I just have one small thing that I was going to say much earlier. On my street, La Loma Drive, we still need a lot of brush and tree removal. Some of the people are doing a good job of it, others are not. I suspect some of them can't even afford it. There's trees on the edge of the road that are full of dead branches. There's a wide loop of the street on which the lots still fall steeply down into a creek. That whole area is full of poison oak and brush that needs to be cleaned out. That's what our fire district's fuel reduction program can take care of. It needs a coordinated effort by our local district. I don't see a fire district responsible for the whole county paying any attention to this kind of small local detail. We need our local Los Altos Hills Fire District to keep doing the fine work it's been doing.
Our next speaker is Gary Brock. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. I just want to add my voice to all those we heard today speaking in opposition to consolidation. There are so many advantages to local control of this issue with the particular unique characteristics of the town of Los Altos Hills. You've heard from dozens, scores, hundreds of residents today, and I just wanted to add my voice to those that have made excellent points in the past. Please do not pass consolidation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gary is our last speaker on that item. And just for all of our folks who are listening to this item, we have a time certain for COVID-19 at 4 o'clock. So if you're listening and you are interested in speaking on that item and you didn't speak already this morning on that item, we probably will hear that item closer to 5 o'clock. And we're going to, in fact, we're going to take a break after this item and then come back and we'll hear COVID-19. So with that, I'm going to go back. I wanted to, before we go to the board, I wanted to ask the staff to give a high-level brief overview of each body of information in our packet. And then what I'm going to do is go left to right and let everybody, all of my colleagues, weigh in. So if I could start with Chief Bowden and the wildfire report that's in our packet, and then I'll go to Cheryl, and then to and then to James if we need to. Chief Bowden.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. With me today are key members of my administrative staff, Assistant Chief Fire Chief Brian Glass, Deputy Chief Suwana Kurdkow, and our Business Services Director, Veronica Nibla. You can't see them because we are properly socially distanced quite a far part here, so they're here if they're needed. At the September 1st Board of Supervisors meeting, it was requested that administration provide a report back on how to support the wildfire program proposed in 2019, the fiscal and operational impacts of fire district consolidation, and special needs during the 2020 wildland fire season. For the wildland fire work plan submitted on April 9th, 2019 to the Board of Supervisors, it identified the foundational framework for a county-wide wildland fire program within the county fire marshal's office. Given the current budgetary deficit, there's no general fund available to support this program. However, Central Fire District is focused on working with our current budget to reallocate resources to support the wildland fire work plan as outlined in my 2019 report. The district will be bringing an add-delete position request and salary ordinance to the board later this month for approval of the creation of a program manager position for the district's wildfire program. This approach will have no negative impact to the district's budget, and our goal is to start with this first position and add resources in the future as budget allows. Lastly, the district will continue to seek grant funding to fund various programs and projects that support wildfire resiliency within the county. For specific needs during the 2020 wildfire season, for the remainder of the 2020 wildfire season, the Central Fire Protection District is focusing resources towards supporting the operational efforts both locally across the state. This is accomplished through supporting the local and state mutual aid system. This forward-leaning operational focus has no immediate needs, but as indicated in my previous discussion on the wildland work plan, board approval for the reallocation of existing resources is critical to begin staffing and funding the work plan. When talking about the fire service, most will immediately envision fire engines and firefighters responding to the emergency. These operational resources are the backbone of the fire service and critical to our citizens. However, fire prevention resources are often overlooked and underfunded. According to the National Fire Administration, since 2009, fire-related deaths are up 20% and total fire loss is up 90%. In California alone, the dollar loss from wildland fires in 2018 was over $12 billion. Fire prevention and creating more wildfire resilient communities needs to be a priority. For the issue and report back on fire district consolidation, there have been several studies and reports conducted over the last 20 years that have addressed either directly or indirectly the issue of fire district consolidation and providing fire protection to the unprotected areas of Santa Clara County. The discussion of fire district consolidation is a matter of public policy, which the Board of Supervisors have been engaged in throughout this county's history, including the formation of the Central Fire District back in 1947, when the Board of Supervisors consolidated the Oak Mead and Cottage Grove fire districts, and then later, the board annexed into the Central Fire District, the Burbank Fire District, and the Alma Fire District. At one point, the county had over 12 separate fire districts. Central Fire District is one of 3 remaining dependent fire districts being discussed today, and Central Fire District also serves as a contractor to the Los Altos Hills Fire District. The Central Fire District has proudly served the Los Altos Hills Fire District for almost 25 years, and as an original member of the Los Altos Fire Department, I've personally seen the level of service to our citizens increase dramatically over the years through this partnership. I've been especially pleased to see so many letters of public comment from the residents within Los Altos Hills community and hear them today recognizing the outstanding level of service currently being provided by the Central Fire District's firefighters. Many of our firefighters have spent the majority of their careers serving Los Altos Hills and have very strong ties to the community. Throughout our history, Central Fire Protection District has supported regional solutions within the fire service to increase efficiency and provide our citizens with the highest level of fire protection possible. Over the last 25 years, the Central Fire District has successfully demonstrated the benefit of a regionalized approach through contracts for service with the cities of Campbell, Los Altos, the Saratoga Fire District, and the Los Altos Hills Fire District. Through these partnerships, we were successful in reducing administrative overhead and creating operational efficiencies that resulted in reinvesting the savings from a reduction in duplicative services back into the communities we serve. Today, as the board discusses consolidation, I am recommending that the board consider conducting a comprehensive independent consolidation study, which includes fiscal implications and recommended actions. I also recommend the board urge LAFCO to complete the long overdue countywide fire service review. This recommendation comes in the spirit of transparency and inclusion to all affected fire districts as we look to improve fire service throughout the county. My administrative staff and I are available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm now going to go to Cheryl. And Cheryl, just to let you touch on the next 2 items in terms of just a broad overview of them. And then I'm going to go back to James just to remind us about the last 2 items. And then we'll start back with the board. Cheryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Cheryl Solov. I'm the board's management audit manager. And I just want to touch on sort of the history of the audits as they went through the committees. On August 27th, both of the audits were received by the Finance and Government Operations Committee. And the committee requested that County Council provide an evaluation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District audit prior to this meeting. Vice Chairperson Cortese requested that the Office of County Counsel provide a legal analysis relating to Los Altos Hills County Fire District recommendation 5.1 to the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee. In the end, the recommendations in both audits were forwarded to the board by Finance and Government Operations Committee with a favorable recommendation. At the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee on September 17th, both of the audits were received, and the committee moved to forward all of the recommendations to the Board of Supervisors with a favorable recommendation, with the exception of recommendation 1.2, which was a recommendation to suspend the delegation of authority of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District for the purpose of implementing the recommendation, which was 1.1, which was to provide input from County Council to the board. The committee moved to forward all recommendations in the South Santa Clara County Fire Audit to the board with a favorable recommendation with an edit to recommendations 2.3, 4.1, and 5.1 that the administration and County Council's evaluation of potential consolidation and expansion of fire districts options include but not be limited to use of service, continued use of service zones. So with those edits and with the understanding that presumably recommendation 1.1 in the Los Altos Hills Fire District audit has already been effectively achieved, then that renders 1.2 moot. And so therefore, I believe that the remaining recommendations in both audits are recommended to by the committees to be implemented with the adjustments to the 3 recommendations regarding service zones. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to have James touch on the last 2 items that are on the agenda. Again, this is for the public. And then, James, as you're turning on your mic, I do want to say to the folks who wanted to speak on COVID-19, that report was intended to be heard no earlier than 4 o'clock. We are still on the a previous item, and my best assessment is that we won't be hearing that other item any earlier than 5:15. So, and I just wanted to say that because I recognize that for some of you who haven't participated in a board meeting, it sounds a little confusing, but we're still on another item. We will get to that item probably close to 5:15, and it could be longer. So, but that's what I'm hoping is. All right. So thank you, Cheryl. James, is there anything else you want to add?
Sure. I'll mostly recap what I tried to explain earlier with regard to the last few items that are part of this set of package. My office was asked by FGOC to bring forward the actions necessary to begin the process of a consolidation. The more appropriate term for LAFCO is really a reorganization of the respective fire districts. After the action the board took during the consent calendar, what remains before the board under items 16 and items 18 would be resolutions that would initiate an application to LAFCO for the annexation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District into the Central Fire Protection District. In addition, action under item 18 would also suspend the delegation of authority to the commission in light of that pending application. The LAFCO process is a statutory process. It has a number of steps. The ledge file under item 16 tries to lay those out in a concise manner for the board, but it's the initiation of a process in front of LAFCO, and that process in front of LAFCO includes the public hearing process and protest proceedings and so forth. And if there are questions about that, I'm happy to answer those if that becomes relevant to the conversation. But I did want to note that and note that that material is in that legislative file. And then I'm happy to answer questions about, about those items or, what the process looks like.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go across the dais, as I said I would earlier, just to make sure I keep myself in line. I'll go to Supervisor Cortese, then to Supervisor Ellenberg, and then to Supervisor Simidian.
Hey, thank you, President Chavez. Yeah, I'm wondering if the way I'd like to discuss these, and I don't know if we could just take action on them in the same order, would be the audits first, the wildfire plan, the master plan the chief was talking about that we've heard about a couple of times, and then come back to, just like you did a moment ago with Mr. Williams, to just deal with 16 and 18, sort of as a third item in that order. And the reason I say that is because as chair of the Finance Government Operations Committee, I concur with the auditor's presentation that we all just heard, which essentially said, by the time everything was said and done, the audit and any audit exceptions were dealt with as to both audits, the Los Altos Hills, and then of course, as she said, there were edits to 2.3, 4.1, and 5.1 on South County. But with that, it just seems like a simple motion to to accept those audits, as currently presented by the auditor, would dispatch with those. That's where I'm at, and I'd be willing to make that motion, or just go on with the rest of my comments, since you're the chair of the board, you're presiding here, President Chavez. So I don't want to disrupt the order here.
If we could, what I'd like to do is, I want to give everybody a chance to speak before we take any actions. I just want to make sure no one feels undercut and gets a chance to speak. I know we normally do that to make things expedited, but I want to make sure we're just super clear on the actions we're taking.
Okay, fine. Well, so just take those as comments then, that I'm fine with the audits as they're now presented. What I had said earlier, for those that may have been on the Zoom meeting right at the beginning of this item, is that I thought there was a little bit of confusion, at least from the FGOC committee, that's the Finance Government Operations Committee. There was some confusion in translation, and I went back and had my staff listen to the tape while we were listening to all the speakers just now, just to clarify that. And what had been asked for was that the Los Altos Hills audit and the issue of Los Altos Hills consolidation be delinked and brought forward as two separate items. And then the South County item be brought forward simply as an audit that happens to make reference to consolidation in it for purposes of discussion. Somehow we ended up with two resolutions out of that. I guess it's neither here nor there, because we get to do whatever we want with them anyway. But I just want to explain why I was indicating some confusion. And I have, literally the text from that entire discussion here on my computer now, and so I'm very much refreshed on what we asked for. Now, I'm not sure what the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee asked for, because they held a separate discussion about the audit. So again, maybe that's neither here nor there. But my purpose of mentioning that is really not just to substantiate that there was a little bit of confusion in how we got to where we are, but because the reason I felt like it was important to delink consolidation on the Los Altos Hills audit from the audit was because it appeared at the Operations Committee meeting that the audit was close to being resolved in terms of any exceptions. And then the only question that remained in my mind was, if we dispatch with the audit, should we really be dispatching completely with the issue of consolidation, given that, as Chief Bowden just indicated, and I don't want to mischaracterize his comments, but there's been years and years of public policy direction from the Board of Supervisors to gradually unify and consolidate to what we now call central fire, in that it seemed like if we were going to have real discussions about unification under a wildfire plan, which he just presented under item 14, I think, then we shouldn't be too quick to dispatch with the consolidation question under Los Altos Hills, since that is fundamentally a precept of the wildfire plan, as I understand it. So my question back to the chief, to Chief Bowden, that is, at this point is, right at the end of your comments there, Chief Bowden, you were talking about essentially what you want or what you'd like to see. And I'd just like to hear that real clearly one more time, whether it's two sentences or a paragraph or whatever, but just what outcomes are you looking for? Continued discussion about unification, continued study about unifications. Do you have a case for immediate consolidation of Los Altos Hills that you want to make? I just want to hear what, I have a lot of faith in our chief, and I had a lot of faith in the chief before him, and I have a tremendous faith in our firefighters, and I think we all do. We're hearing that from Los Altos Hills. My home in the East Foothills was in an evacuation area, and frankly, we lost acres and acres of family farmland that had been in the family for many years, decades, and so I know the angst and the fear that's out there. And I just want people to understand that. And I certainly express all gratitude to all of the fire agencies that were involved in and continue to be involved in keeping us safe. But that said, this question about governance, the question about, is unification important in terms of fire safety in the future, fiscally or in any other way? Chief, I'd just like to hear, a summation from you as to what, if anything, you'd like to get out of this meeting, considering, your item is on the agenda as well.
Sure, thank you, Supervisor Cortese. The item that I was recommending was that the board consider conducting a comprehensive independent consolidation study, and also that the board urge LAFCO to complete the long overdue countywide fire service review. The last LAFCO fire service review was in 2010. And typically the service reviews are done every 5 years and are an important part of the process, but the service reviews are different from a consolidation study. And I think it would be very helpful prior to action that the board have options and understand the fiscal implications should they move forward and consider any consolidation of the 3 dependent districts. And I think that in complementing the LAFCO service review would be very helpful with the board moving forward with the public policy decision as to what the future looks like for the 3 dependent fire districts. And hopefully that helps.
Dave, this is Cindy. I muted you because it was causing an echo for Tony. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just following up here. So the independent comprehensive consolidation study, would the intention be that that would inform the LAFCO fire service review, or would it be standalone? How would those two bodies of work interact, if at all?
I think that's a very good question, Supervisor. When you look at the LAFCO fire service review, it's taking a comprehensive look at all fire agencies within the county and offering recommendations for areas to increase efficiency. But what it doesn't do is provide you operational options as to what this looks like or the fiscal implications. And if the discussion is to look at the 3 dependent districts, then I think a more focused study on the 3 dependent districts would actually be a little bit, provide a little bit more information to the board as to what are the operational efficiencies that could be created, what that potentially could look like, and what would be the fiscal implications should that occur. And there's a lot of questions in there that could be answered, and it would also allow for all 3 districts to participate in a thoughtful discussion and provide input into that study.
Okay, so then my question, to try to conclude at least my questions or my thought process and understanding of these 2 reviews or studies is, if I may, is that the board, to get to your outcome, the board would commission an independent comprehensive consolidation study, and in the meanwhile urge LAFCO to complete its fire service review in a timely fashion. Is that an accurate sort of summation of the minimum you'd like to see come out of this meeting today, Chief Bowden?
Yes, I think that would be very helpful, and that would, again, create a more inclusive environment that would allow the 3 districts good input and all provide the opportunity to provide some education as to what the operational options are and fiscally how that would work and what makes sense. So I think being inclusive and allowing input would be a very important part of the process.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And with that, Supervisor Chavez, just a comment, and then I want to hear at the 16 and 18. Of course, I want to hear from my colleagues as to what their intended disposition is on that, what people's thoughts are on those two items now that we've taken 17 off the agenda. But my final comment, so I don't have to come back and comment again and again, is just that to speak a little bit to the folks from Los Altos Hills, I sort of live on the opposite side of the valley in a very similar situation from a fire standpoint in the East Foothills, where I'm in a county unincorporated area. Our fire service first response is San Jose Fire, as in city of San Jose. The backup and mutual aid for them is county, but the urban wildfire interface, which was just proven to be 390 acres that burned in the SCU fire immediately adjacent to my home, is CAL FIRE. So I'm not saying any of that is broken, but my own lived experience is that I understand why folks would want something that feels like a singular a singular entity, a fire entity that they can turn to 100% of the time, all the time. I think our problem perhaps down the road, especially with the tremendous deficits that we're seeing fiscally in the state and locally, is, can we really fundamentally offer every community that's had separate governance for its district, including communities of 8,400 people like Los Altos Hills, this kind of 100% perceived autonomy, if you will, even though these are all county subsidiary departments in the first place. But I understand the feel that everybody is looking for, the feeling of security that everyone's looking for. I did a quick back in the envelope math, and per capita wise, if we had the one fire agency for every 8,400 people in the state of California, we'd have to have 5,000 fire agencies in California with 5,000 chiefs, 5,000 assistant chiefs. I don't know how many battalion chiefs. I mean, it gets to be the exact thing that the public has been asking us, especially with the 600 fires that were going very recently. The very thing the public at large has been asking us is, can't you come up with a unified approach? Can't you come up, with less need for all this mutual aid and interaction and in competition over resources? So I think all that has to be balanced out, including the public sentiment that we heard today. But I'm certainly leaning toward or hoping that we can get to the chief's recommendation at some point today and try to support the direction he's going to, at least from the standpoint of continuing to pursue this 60 or 70 years of county policy to bring fire gradually under one governance and one umbrella. I do want to express deference to the complexity having CAL FIRE down in South County. There are tremendous issues there that we have uncovered over the last few weeks in terms of everything from collective bargaining to differences in how the organizations are structured and how contracts work. So I want to recognize all of that and obviously put that caveat out there in terms of any future studies. But that said, President Chavez, I'll defer now, and hopefully I won't have to come on here and pontificate anymore. But I appreciate all the public speakers that came on today, and I listened attentively to each and every one, with the exception of somebody I missed when I went and grabbed a cup of tea. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I'm actually going to pass right now. I'm very interested to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Supervisor Smidia. just unmute Supervisor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I think there's a fairly good outcome, relatively close in sight here. And I'm happy to make a motion. Again, like Supervisor Cortese, I don't want to step in anybody's way here, but if you want a motion, I'll make a motion. I think that as I have listened to the conversation, both today and previously, there are three goals, and I don't think they're incompatible. I think this really is one of those times when, if we're careful about how we craft the product, we can reach all three goals. I think one of the things we heard loud and clear today, and it came as no area.
Joe, we just lost you.
I'm sorry, I said today, and I'm hoping you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. One of the things we heard today, and it came as no surprise to me as someone who represents the area, is that people would like to keep the district and, if anything, see it grow even better and stronger. I should just make a passing mention to the fact that the thing I think people value and spoke to is, in fact, a result of the partnership between County Fire and our firefighters, and thank you, by the way, and the fire district and its commissioners. So that's why I was so troubled by the potential to see that marvelous partnership get split apart somehow. I think we're in a place where the partnership is great. We want to see if we can't find a way to improve it. I also think that there is a clear desire on the part of the board, as I listened to my colleagues in FGOC and in the Hewlett Committee, to make sure that we have found a way to follow through on the management audits and ensure compliance. And I think that's as it should be. And then what I heard, notwithstanding a lot of focus on governance and consolidation as a legal or governmental matter, what I heard that resonated with me is the desire to make sure that we really have thought through how we have county-wide consolidated fire protection. And to me, that's about county-wide and, not consolidated, coordinated fire protection. And I think that's what it's about. It's not about governance, although governance is a factor, but it's about making sure that both in fire prevention efforts and in firefighting efforts, that we are coordinated in a way that keeps everyone safe throughout the county, wherever they may be. So I think there is a way to do all three of those things: keep/improve our existing Los Altos Hills County Fire District, ensure compliance on the audits, and proceed to have a better understanding of what it would take to coordinate efforts countywide and to keep us all safe. And I should just say, there are a lot of ways to coordinate besides consolidation. We have mutual aid, we have automatic aid, we have shared commands, we have boundary drops, we have battalion chiefs. I mean, and on and on. So I don't think we want to be limited or prejudge that that's the end result or the only thing to be studied. Now, I do want to say that in looking at, I guess it's, forgive me, item 13, which is where we have the report back from the chief, there were 6 studies. And what I want to say about those 6 studies is, with a couple of exceptions, they're all 10 to 15, 16 years old. But all 6 of them, which I gave careful review to, in looking at all 6 of them, not one of them, I want to say that again, not one of them calls for the consolidation of Central County Fire with Los Altos Hills. In fact, in the 490 pages of documents we have, items 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, in the 490 pages, there is no recommendation anywhere in any of those sources to consolidate the Los Altos Hills Fire District with county fire. The irony is that there was the 2005 Harvey Rose audit, which came closest to making an actual recommendation, and it just said considering, and it said consider merging or consolidating South County with our county fire district. But again, there's nothing in those 490 pages. And we do have the two new Harvey Rose audits. And on the issue of consolidation, here's what we know. We know that the Harvey Rose audit for Los Altos Hills doesn't even mention consolidation. Never mind recommend, it literally does not mention it, not in the cover letter, not in the executive summary, not in the 60+ page report. The South County audit does suggest that it would behoove our board to consider a range of possibilities. So going back to the chief's comments, I don't think we should be prejudging or planning for consolidation. I think we should do what the audit recommended we do, which is look at the range of possibilities, which could be consolidation, but it could also be a JPA. It could also be the use of Prop 172 funds. It could also be the use of some other revenue source. It could also be the use, as I mentioned in my ad, of service zones. But again, neither audit calls for the consolidation of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District with our own central fire. I think it was very clear today that there is a whole lot more to be done in the way of outreach to the community. Given the understandable sensitivity that people have when the discussion turns to the personal safety and well-being of themselves and their families, it should be obvious that we need to see some outreach if this conversation is going to take place. And bear with me, but we heard from, 125 folks in the community express their concern today. I've got emails and letters from probably 200 to 300 folks who, thank you, wrote very thoughtful, detailed letters. We've also got a petition that, before I just pushed the mute button to talk to you, had already garnered 1,349 signatures in opposition, which for a district that only has 11,500 people in it, including children, is a really rather remarkable expression of concern. We've got 4 former supervisors who have expressed their opposition to moving too quickly with consolidation, going back, by the way, to 1974 with Jerry Steinberg, followed by Becky Morgan, followed by Diane McKenna, followed by Liz Niss. We've got 5 former Los Altos mayors, never mind Los Altos Hills, which I'll get to in a second, but Los Altos weighed in as well. We have 8 former Los Altos Hills mayors. We have homeowners associations, everything from the little Wildcrest Wildflower Homeowners Association with 17 households to the folks you heard from today at San Antonio Hills, who represent more than 1,000 households. And then I think it's noteworthy that we also had letters, not just from Los Altos Hills in opposition, but also from Los Altos. And then notably, Palo Alto expressed concern about moving too quickly today because they understand that this is a regional issue that they should have a part in the conversation. Montecito also weighed in with a similar letter. So did Morgan Hill. Even the Morgan Hill Police Officers Association expressed concern. That's probably when they thought South County was still in the mix. The mayor of Saratoga, on behalf of his city, weighed in. The Cupertino city manager weighed in. Why? I mean, we've got letters of concern from 7 of 15 communities because this is not an isolated issue. This is an issue that really does require, if we want to talk about consolidations or comprehensive or countywide, then we got to get out there and talk to these people, and we haven't done that yet. And then in terms of folks who know their fire issues, not only did our Los Altos Hills Fire District Commission weigh in unanimously in opposition, but we heard as well from the independent fire district, the Saratoga Fire District. We heard from the folks at CAL FIRE, the State Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. We heard from the South County Fire District. If, all of that I think tells us pretty clearly, the items on today's agenda are way too early without anywhere near the level of engagement, conversation, respectful listening, let alone consensus building. Now, there's also been no real review of the kind of information that we need before making these decisions. And I want to get to the chief in a minute, so I want to give him a heads up. But, you know, before we make these decisions, don't we need a plan for providing services from the fire chief? That is, in fact, something that county council tells us is provided by law. We should have that plan in front of us, and the community should have that plan in front of us before anyone starts talking about making consolidation. It is truly a cart before the horse kind of problem. Similarly, we don't have a service plan. Again, we would have to look to the chief to say, if you want to go forward in this direction, or if there's a policy decision to go forward in this direction, what's the service plan? Neither of those two things are in front of us. And third, and most importantly, and I've been referencing this for the last 2 weeks anywhere and everywhere I could, we don't have a countywide fire protection service review from LAFCO, which, by the way, is scheduled to be conducted by LAFCO next year. It's on their work plan now. And, you know, if we want to say sooner rather than later, good, let's say sooner rather than later. But, you know, we have consolidation items here on our agenda without a service review from LAFCO, without a finance plan from the chief, without a service plan from the chief. And I just think all of that suggests we're way ahead of ourselves. The next thing I would say is, you know, people talk about consolidation. Well, what is there to consolidate? We already have the contract with Los Altos Hills County Fire District. So our county firefighters are already doing the job, and county fire clearly does not need to coordinate with itself. They've got the contract for Los Altos Hills County Fire District. They've also got the contract for Los Altos right next door. So there's no need for governmental consolidation. The important thing is that the system knows how to respond in a moment of emergency, or better yet, avoid that emergency. And in Los Altos and Los Altos Hills County Fire District, they're already in the program. As one of the folks spoke earlier about, why are we trying to fix this when it works so well already? The other thing that is particularly disconcerting to me is people have been talking about making sure we have a countywide approach, to which I would say, then why are we only talking about a consolidation for one district, Los Altos Hills County Fire District, which is less than 12 square miles, Madam Chair, less than 12 square miles out of more than 1,300 square miles in our county. So if we're really concerned about being comprehensive and countywide, why would we be looking at one little district that's less than 1% of the county's territory, but not the other 99%, including jettisoning the South County proposal, which is more than 20% of the county. It's 289 square miles. But somehow that didn't rise to the level of being concerning for looking at consolidation today, but Little Los Altos Hills County Fire District did at less than 1%. I also share the view that I'm not convinced that making the governing bureaucracy larger and more remote from the residents that it serves is somehow superior. No one has made that case to effectively yet to convince me. And finally, I want to ask if the clerk can please post on the screen the Article 14, which is the article that was referenced by a couple of the speakers today and was referenced in letters that we received late in the process, unfortunately, from both Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. But I want folks to take a look at the language here, the highlighted language in particular, just to shorten it. It says the Board of Supervisors recognizes that it's essential that the Los Altos Hills County Fire District not be reorganized, including but not limited to dissolved, merged, consolidated, or annexed. Furthermore, the board acknowledges and agrees that even if such reorganization was proposed, such issue must be submitted to registered voters of the Los Altos Hills Community Fire District for approval, pursuant to Government Code Section 56,000 et seq, and that the conducting authority for any such election will be the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. This is the Article 14 that was mentioned earlier. It is in a contract that our board received on December 13th, 2016. Our board unanimously approved the contract. It was item 111 on our agenda. It was approved as to form and legality by the County Counsel's office. The motion was made by Supervisor Chavez as part of the consent calendar. The measure was actually signed by Supervisor Cortese in his role as president. Both Supervisor Wasserman and I voted to approve as part of the 5-0 majority in favor. So we've got a contractual commitment that's just a few years old, but that in fact dates back almost a quarter of a century, that says we recognize the fact that Los Altos Hills Community Fire District is supposed to not be reorganized, and it specifically calls out dissolution, merger, consolidation, or annex. So I think we have to honor that provision, both because to do otherwise violates the contract, it exposes us to costly and potentially long litigation, and it puts us in the position of reneging on a promise that we made to two other local governments, the fire district and the town of the city of Los Altos, just 3.5, 4 years ago. For all of those reasons, and I have much more, as you might imagine, Madam Chair, but I want to respect the time, and I am ready to offer a motion if you are prepared to accept it. But I know Supervisor Cortese passed earlier, so I'll turn to you to see who you'd like to make a motion at this time, because I think we can get a good path. I do have questions for the fire chief, though, and I'd like to pull him in if this is the time.
So let me just, I'm fine with a motion, but if you want to ask questions, perhaps do you want to do the questions before a motion? Because then I'll just let everybody speak and come back to you for a motion.
I can make the motion right now and then pull the chief in a little bit later, but at least we can get the motion on the floor if that works for you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Cortese, are you okay with that since I didn't let you make one? I'm going to go to Joe. Dave?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm interested in hearing this motion. And earlier I was just trying to dispatch with the audits. That was my main goal with offering a motion. This sounds like it's more comprehensive, perhaps. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor
Yes,
Smith?
thank you. And I take Supervisor Cortese's point that we have sort of two different, but in my view, inexorably interwoven issues. So the motion I would offer would be to receive the report, which I believe is the motion called for on item number 13. Then, as to the two audits, it is to accept the audits as described by Ms. Sola from the Harvey Rose organization, with the indication that the recommendation 1.2, which had previously called for a suspension of delegated authority, is now moot since actions have been taken in the intervening time, and that the South County audit be just very slightly amended to call for not only the comprehensive review that was described there, but also as part of any such review, the use of service zones. That would help us dispose of those two pending audits. That being said, I would also move that in order to ensure that there really is follow through on this, given the level of concern that these two audits seem to have generated, that at least with respect to the Los Altos Hills audit, I would ask that we have monthly reports to both Hewlett and FGOC, pending the approval of the chairs of the two committees, and to and through the Management Audit Division through May 20 of 2021, because that's a year from the date of the audit release on Los Altos Hills. So if anyone's worried, will there be follow through? Will they do as they said they would? Will they continue to do what they've already done, actually? Then let's just have a monthly report in, and we can keep close tabs for anyone who's anxious about that on the implementation status of the audit recommendations. I would also include in the motion a direction that the Los Altos Hills County Fire District provide our board with access to any documents, including confidential documents and including any pending property transfers to our board. As you all know, we are ultimately the highest level governing authority for the district, notwithstanding our delegation. So, you know, I think there's nothing unreasonable about saying, in the interest of transparency, we want to continue to have access to any confidential documents. And then on the sort of larger issue of thinking countywide, I would ask that our board make a formal request of LAFCO to move their countywide fire protection service review, which I believe is currently 4th on the list of 5 service reviews from their April 2019 adopted work plan, that we ask them to move it to the 1st on the list of scheduled service reviews. If this is a matter of concern to the whole board, and it seems to me it clearly is, then let's ask that it be moved ahead if LAFCO can move it ahead. And since 2 of our board members sit on LAFCO, that's an opportunity for our board to communicate their point of view. And that we ask that among the issues that they look at are issues related to consolidation, as well as others, including those that are referenced in the South County audit in the range of possibilities. So that's my motion. If I can get a second, then that would dispense with, as part of the motion, that would dispense with or table indefinitely, let me say that formally, items 16 and 18 pending a countywide fire protection service review. I hope we have a second.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for purposes of discussion.
And then,
Supervisor Simeon, go ahead.
well, my question was for Chief Bowden. I'm a little uncertain about what the so-called independent consolidation study would be, and more to the point, who would do it. And Chief, well, I'm among those who respects your professionalism. If Central Fire does a study of consolidation, rather obviously that's not independent. That's from the view of Central Fire. And I also, to the points that Supervisor Cortese was raising, I don't know if that comes before or after we've got the LAFCO review, and whether it does or doesn't limit itself to consolidation when there are so many other ways we can address coordinated fire delivery services. So let me turn to the Chief on that.
And then Joe, can you mute yourself, because you, for some reason, you echo when Tony speaks. Sorry.
Thank you.
Chief.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Sabidian, and very good points, which is why I attached the previous studies, because there are a lot of options to look at, including county service areas, JPAs, consolidation, and I would absolutely agree with you. I do not think it would be appropriate for Central Fire Protection District to run a study, which is why I suggest an independent entity, or the board can direct someone else who is not representing a fire district to conduct the study. And that would allow all the fire districts to be able to provide input. It would increase the level of transparency. And I think it would be provide good options. And to your point about operationally, what would that look like for those various options? What would that plan be? And those are things that, while the LAFCO service review will provide suggestions into areas that you can look at, I think if the board directed an independent study to say, hey, look, we want to look and see what would it look like if it was a JPA? Operationally, how would that be supported? And structurally, what would that look like? What would be the fiscal implications? What would it look like under consolidation or county service areas? And a more holistic look with those options would really provide the board, I think, better information. And again, to your point, Supervisor Simeon, about concerns from the public, I think the education component that would come from this with the participation would really be that transparent and inclusive process to better educate all that are involved and affected. And regardless of where the board ultimately decides to move the fire service in the future for Santa Clara County, it really would provide that educational piece where folks would better understand where we're at today and where we could be tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Chief, I want to look you in the eyes, at least Zoom-wise, if I can here for one more minute. Thanks for coming back on. I would then add, if the maker, the seconder is amenable, I would add direction to the county executive to report back to our board with options for what I'm going to call, Chief, an operational options study. I think that captures the range of possibilities that you were describing, which would include, but not be limited to, all of the things that were described in the South County audit by Harvey Rose, who I thought teased out a number of the issues that the chief just referred to, and that to the extent necessary, we asked the chief and Central Fire to identify service plan and financial plan implications of any options studied by the independent consultant. That was a long-winded addendum to my proposed motion.
Supervisor Wasserman?
I'm still seconding for purposes of discussion.
Okay.
Great. So that's my motion at this point, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the consideration of my board colleagues. Thank you.
You bet. And I'm going to go to Supervisor Wasserman and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the management audit team, especially Cheryl, for their work on these audits, letting us take a close look at how we deliver fire protection services countywide. Secondly, I want to thank all the firefighting members that are still on this meeting with us today via Zoom or any other way. I want to thank them for putting county fire protection first and foremost in their lives every single day and night for the last couple of months. And when we didn't have something going on here, they found some other place nearby to go help out in the form of mutual aid. So I want to thank all of them. I've spoken with the fire chiefs, I've spoken with the union members, I've spoken with the elected leaders, I've spoken with the public. I cannot begin to go into a size list that Supervisor Simidian did, just because I can't list them all, but certainly have over 1,000 emails. I was going to make a motion simpler. I know Supervisor Cortese was going to start out with one. Supervisor Simidian has one on the floor that I seconded for purposes of discussion. I'm going to summarize where I stand very simply, that I'm in favor of receiving the report in item number 13 and the two audits in 14 and 15, which I think parallel Supervisor Simidian's. Where I'm not sure that we agree is that I oppose, as I think I and Supervisor Cortese made very clear 8 hours ago, any consolidation of the South County Fire District as mentioned in resolutions 16 and 18. So what I was prepared to do was to receive the reports and the audits in 13, 14, and 15 and oppose 16 and 18. That's why I'm not quite sure, and if through the chair I could get further explanation from Supervisor Simidian, I would appreciate it, because that's how I simplify this scenario. To Supervisor Simidian's point, we have heard from more people and more cities and more electeds and more emails and more speakers than anything ever before. And while I appreciate and hope that the recommendations made in the audit, which you and I at Hewlett sent forward with our in favor of going to the board, I am not in favor of consolidation in South County. I'm leaving where you're at as far as Los Altos Hills, which I believe from everything you've said, not to mention a contract and 5 years of supervisorial history, you're not in favor of consolidation now either. I don't want to turn this from where I stand now, which is opposed to consolidation in South County, to something that's moving up an item from 4th to 1st at LAFCO, that's going to a monthly report on Hewlett. I'm fine with all that, but I don't want to extend something that a majority of supervisors may be against. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to hear from Supervisor Simidian.
Yeah, Supervisor Simidian, if I could, my interpretation of what Supervisor, and I want to, Joe, if you don't mind, I'd like to play this back to make sure I understand it in terms of your emotion. What my understanding is that what Supervisor Simidian's putting forward is that there would be a comprehensive service review and an operational study that that is not, that he doesn't use the word consolidation, because what he's suggesting is that we look at all options to properly determine the best way to protect the region for fire purposes. That's how I interpreted his motion.
The other piece of it that may give my colleague, Mr. Wasserman, some comfort, I hope, is that I specifically mentioned that that means that items 16 and 18 would be, quote, tabled indefinitely.
Pending the outcome of those studies.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Because you can't.
And just to be clear, Mr. Wasserman, if you're asking me, am I opposed to the consolidation of South County? I am. Am I opposed to the consolidation of Los Altos Hills County Fire District? I am. That being said, you know, I don't think we can tell folks to go off and study the full range of possibilities, but not really study the full range of possibilities. Yeah. So what I'm saying is go off, as Supervisor Chavez correctly captured, go off and study the full range of possibilities, but let's be clear, we're not talking about items 16 and 18 until all of those studies come back. And if they are part of that conversation, then somebody can bring this item back if they wish. Probably not you or me.
Okay,
So,
if I may respond, Madam Chair?
What's that?
If I may respond?
Sure.
Thank you. I too am opposed to consolidation in South County. And from all that I've heard and read and understood, I'm opposed to consolidation in Central and Los Altos Hills. To say that, which you and I both just said, and I believe Supervisor Cortese is opposed to at least as far as South County goes, because I know he mentioned that early this morning. I'm very concerned about giving direction to administration or LAFCO or a private consultant to say, go study things, including consolidation. I think studying how we can enhance our services, how we can be more efficient, how we can provide more resources, how we can fund those resources, how man and women person power, whatever the socially appropriate thing is, however we can fund that, however we can staff our stations, however we can improve, change, replace vehicles, all of those things I'm in favor of. But I'm not in favor of going through this again with the question that was today was consolidation, when I think we have recommendations about consolidation somewhat in front of us that I don't think there's a majority in favor of. So I just didn't want to tell people, okay, we heard you, we're going to look into it later, and in a couple of years we will get reports back and we'll talk about it again. And I just want to understand what I'm voting yes for, that I've seconded. And that's the only part that I'm not certain about. I agree with you 100% not in favor of consolidation, South County and Los Altos Hills. But I just need to understand your direction going forward if we're saying we're not in favor, but we're in favor of looking at it.
Madam Chair, I'm trying desperately to see if I can't pull 5 members of the board together in the same place. I'm wondering if we just said table indefinitely and left off what was my earlier tagline to that, pending the receipt of the review, because that gets Mr. Wasserman to a yes, but doesn't preclude anybody from studying anything and everything, nor does it preclude anybody from saying they offer a motion to lift from the table when the time comes. But it solves the heartburn problem for my colleague.
Thank you. Can I have, James, can you confirm Supervisor Smidian's interpretation of the action?
Yes. So as I understand the motion, the study would incorporate and look at everything, but nothing would automatically come back. In other words, these items.
James, on one very specific issue, and that is when you table indefinitely that somebody else could come, because a future board, I mean, we can't bind future boards, and we do have to let the studies go forward. If you table
absolutely.
That's the only question.
Yeah, a future board could always bring the issue back.
Okay.
And you're absolutely correct, regardless of the motion practice at a given meeting, one board cannot preclude a future board from legislative action.
Right, and we would not, I just want to say out loud, we wouldn't be limiting the scope of any study because we wouldn't want to presume how someone needs to solve a problem. Mike, that's because we wouldn't say, I mean, you wouldn't say study everything, but just not this. You'd say study everything.
If I may respond, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I think what was brought before us today and FGOC and Hewlett were discussions about consolidation. And I think there's a majority of people on this board today. And to your point, and James, anything we decide, anybody listening in the public, anything we decide today can be changed by a majority of board members tomorrow. But for right now, I'm against South County and Los Altos Hills consolidation. And I didn't want to give direction going forward that included looking at consolidation. And the way Supervisor Simidian revised his motion, this seconder is in favor of that.
And Supervisor Chavez, forgive me for trying, but I think that still leaves the flexibility that you want for anyone to come back at any time and talk about anything they want to.
The thing I'm most concerned about right now is the studies. I think Supervisor Simidian, the way you put this together is actually really well done. But the study piece is what's really most important to me. And I just want to make sure we're not limiting scope. That's my only worry.
This will sound funny given how voluble I have been today, but this is one of those times when perhaps silence is golden, and I am prepared to be silent on the study. Full stop. Let's ask these people to go off and study.
Got it. All right, I'm going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
So this has been fascinating, and as the only member of the board who wasn't part of that previous agreement and doesn't sit on either FGOC or Hewlett, it really has been quite an education. I appreciated a lot of what Supervisor Simidian put forward in his motion, and I want to just make a couple of notes about it. First, with regard to the LAFCO study, even if all 5 of us right now were opposed to consolidation, I still think it would be inappropriate to bar that consideration from the study, because if we truly are looking for the best outcomes, I don't know if consolidation is the best, it may be the worst. But on the chance that it is the best way to ensure the greatest safety for the most number of county residents, I think it would be irresponsible to preemptively take it off the table. Doesn't mean that anybody ever has to accept it or vote for it, but I would feel better if the investigation that we are requesting of LAFCO, that it sounds like they're already doing, should consider every possibility. Doesn't bind us to saying that we have to accept or take them. But again, I'm not comfortable precluding options before we have even looked at them. Second, I really appreciate Supervisor Simidian, you're putting some guardrails around the Los Altos Hills Fire District right now. What I have learned and read over the last several weeks is that the concerns are not new. And I am certainly optimistic that all of the audit requirements will be fulfilled. The monthly reports are a helpful suggestion. What I would like to suggest there, if it's amenable to the maker of the motion, is rather than go until May of 2021, we go until October of 2021, so that it is actually a full year of monitoring, since we're just beginning that right now. And I would like to direct our county council, as part of the motion, to bring to the board any proposed transactions that are of concern. I heard Supervisor Simidian, you asked the district to bring those forward, which I certainly think is a good idea. I just want that extra layer of safety there to make sure that our county council's eyes are on that as well. So I'm not sure where that puts me if you're unwilling to include consolidation as direction, as a possibility for study. That's probably the biggest piece. The other two, I imagine, I hope, will not be objectionable.
Through the chair, if I may, I think, Supervisor, I tried in my edit to the motion that I offered, and which I believe Supervisor Wasserman found acceptable, to specifically not preclude anything from the study. So as the motion now stands, and I'll confirm this with the chair, if I may, we're just silent. We don't presume to tell the studiers, whether they are at LAFCO or in the independent study, what they should or shouldn't study in terms of the range of options. So I think that addresses your core concern. I am also happy to take your suggestion that the monthly report backs extend out to October of 2021. That's a year, that's perfectly fine. And as you know, we all know, if we had some reason at that point to say we need to keep them up, great. My hope and expectation, and I've communicated this to the commissioners, is that they will continue as they have to implement the 6 audits recommendations, all of which they've agreed to, and that by October of 2021, we'll say, damn, hell of a job, good for you, and we're glad, and that the audit process worked the way it was supposed to. And then on the sharing of documents, particularly with respect to property matters, I'm perfectly happy to include direction that County Council shall provide us with any documents that it thinks raises matters of significant interest or concern as County Council best sees fit. And if I think that was yes, yes, and yes.
Is that okay with the seconder of the motion? I'm sorry, I'll come right back to you, Susan.
That's fine.
Yes, that's how it was stated.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Susan?
I appreciate that. I'm comfortable with the motion at this point. Thank you.
Great. So I want to thank all of my colleagues, the 136 people who came to speak, the thousands of people, or hundreds, it feels like thousands, that wrote us letters, both from South County and from the Los Altos Hills community. I do just want to say a couple of broad things to my colleagues about this discussion. Mike, did you want to weigh in again?
Yes, ma'am. I just had a quick
go ahead.
comment. Thank you. I just had a quick comment to make. We were talking about LAFCO. LAFCO may do their study, which they will do their study. LAFCO may come back and recommend consolidation, and that's what we heard from people today about, was not to consolidate. That's what the majority of supervisors here today are saying, not to consolidate. So I just wanted to make it clear for anybody of the public that is still on this Zoom telecast, LAFCO may end up recommending something a year from now, and I'm sure they will. And if I had to place a dollar bet, it'll be to consolidate. But what LAFCO wants and what the board chooses to do are two different things. And I just wanted to leave that out there for anybody still listening to us today who thought consolidation was over, and now the possibility of consolidation coming back is still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just had a couple of requests for the maker and the seconder of the motion. On the operational study, that the broad operational study, which I really like the idea of, it's kind of the underpinnings in my mind of a strategic plan and a strategic analysis, as Chief Conant gently reminded us to do. What I would like to say is that I think we have to set a goal for how long that study takes. And I would really like us to request that the staff come back to us through Dr. Smith, but the staff come back to us in a month with an actual timeline for how the study will get done. And the reason is that my concern about LAFCO and my concern about studies, and by the way, like you, Supervisor Simidian, I have 4 binders. I've read all of these documents. I could actually tell you and I will tell you all why I was so bullish on moving in this direction. But I am really cognizant that almost every study that had a time when it started, then when it got published, and then when it got discussed were 2 years apart in some instances, in one instance even longer than that. So I would really like for our staff to come back to us, and also our staff to come back to us on communications with LAFCO, because I asked LAFCO, where was this even scheduled? They said, yes, it's in a work plan for potentially 3 years from now. And so let me just say why I was feeling so urgent when this all came to FGOC. And in particular, I just wanted to acknowledge that item 5.1 under South County has our partners organization in South County actually agreeing with the recommendation to examine consolidation of the fire districts and to look at how to move more effectively and more efficiently with prevention and emergency medical services, that there are areas that we need to look at how we work better together. And my sense of urgency was actually what I heard from Steve Hartley, who said earlier he was worried about his home, he was worried about his risk to himself and his family. I am worried about that too. We have more area around our county that is not annexed than any other major county in the state of California, which means that we have parts of our community that are uncovered except by good grace and mutual aid. Los Altos Hills receives mutual aid from 4 different departments, as does South County, because one, Los Altos Hills is so cramped, it's hard to get to. So we have to get to them from different directions. If we have a wildfire there, that is incredibly dangerous. And in South County, much of our mutual aid is relatively far away. So the reason I felt urgent about this is exactly because the hills were on fire. It's exactly because the skies were filled with smoke. And I am terrified that we're going to come back and look at this time and say we should have moved faster on making some changes. What those changes are, I agree with Supervisor Simidian. I'm fine with finding out what those are, but I think we have to move like this is an emergency, both in terms of how we deliver services, how we fund those services, and in some areas we have to expand those services. We are underserved as a region right now, terribly underserved. And if you look back, and I'll just say that I requested the original wildfire study 2 years ago because I was very worried about what we were seeing in terms of the behavior of fires across the globe, not just here, relative to climate change. So I want timelines to all of this. I'd like our staff, and I'd like even for our representatives from LAFCO to come back and say, here are the timelines, here's how we're going to fund these studies, and here's when we're going to try to get them to come back. And Supervisor Simidian, if you would be comfortable with having that report back through our county exec, I would be comfortable with moving forward. But I have to say, we have got to move like our lives depend on it, because Steve, you're not wrong. I wasn't trying to endanger Los Altos Hills or South County. It is the opposite. I do not believe we've invested enough in protecting ourselves from wildfire. I'm convinced of that. And Dave's a prime example of that. And you know, the losses that so many people have had. So I'm comfortable with studies. I just don't want them to take me to have too many more birthdays.
Supervisor Chavez, through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. I first just a comment, and then I'd like to, through the chair, turn to the county executive. I want you to know I share your sense of urgency. I think it's why I think it's so important that we get this right.
Agreed.
And I'm going to be a little bit tactless here. We lost an opportunity to have a constructive dialogue in Los Altos Hills precisely because this thing was rushed. So we have to have, I know different members may have different, we have to engage people to get buy-in. And I know you know this because I've served with you, that absent their buy-in, we're not going to get the successful outcomes that we all want.
I agree. Joe, let me just say this to interrupt for a moment, and I never try to do this, especially, well, to my colleagues, but the next thing I was going to talk about was the outreach plan.
So the thing I was going to turn to Dr. Smith and say is, because I think one of the things that we're all frustrated by is when we think we have an understanding about a report back date, and then that report back date slips. So I want to make sure that we ask the county executive how much time he thinks he needs to come back to us, because you've tossed out a number and I don't know whether that's a realistic number or not. So if I may, through the chair, Dr. Smith, could you comment, please?
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor. Frankly, I'm a little confused, but if I'm understanding correctly, what the board would be asking for if they approve this motion would be for the county executive's office to develop an RFP to find an outside consultant who's expert in fire operations to look at countywide fire operations and make suggestions about how they could be improved. I'm not sure what we could have within a month, except maybe just a more fleshed out idea of what the scope would be and the process.
Yeah, and that's what I was asking for, Joe. That's all I need in a month.
Dr. Smith, is that something that you feel you can commit to come back to us with at the first meeting in November or second meeting in November?
Since we're doing budget, I'd plead for December, but I'd be happy with November, the second meeting.
Supervisor Chavez, would the second meeting in November satisfy your concern to make sure we hear back timely fashion?
Yes.
Then with the consent of the seconder, I'm happy to incorporate it in the motion.
So the other thing I was going to raise is just outreach, because I think Supervisor Simidian, you and everybody who called in today, I really do feel like when process doesn't work, it definitely impacts credibility. And I will plead a participant in this. I will also say that I sat on LAFCO years ago when we were having very similar conversations in 2013 and 2014. So I think I was feeling like there had been quite a lot of conversations. And to be frank with you, one of the things that surprised me most about my discussions with the South County Fire District was the agreement that was in the document in front of us led me to believe there had been more conversations in South County, especially with our partners in CAL FIRE, than it appears as there was. So the other thing I want to say is that whatever outreach that gets done whatever studies get done, that the outreach component needs to be called out in a very real and crystal way, that we don't have an expert that's expert at talking to other firefighters, but has a real community component to it as well. If that's okay with the maker and the seconder.
If it works for you, Madam Chair, what I would do is specifically ask that the motion, with the consent of the seconder, call out the importance of outreach to all the affected stakeholders, with a special emphasis on outreach to the general public and community.
That would be fine by me. All right, so we have a motion, a very long one, that I will not make you repeat because I know a lot of people are taking notes and we're recorded. So we have a motion by Supervisor Simidian, a second by Supervisor Wasserman. A sincere thank you from me and all of the board to everybody who called and weighed in on this. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
No.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you all for that robust discussion. It's 5:30. I want to give everybody a 10-minute break, and we have staff that have been with us all day that I just want to let them stretch their legs. We will come back. We will begin the COVID-19 item at 5:40. If you would like to speak on that item, this would be the time to begin raising your hands for that item. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, before we break, I know we're trying to get to the next item, but could we say 5:45? I just think
Yes, that's
everybody
fine.
could use a break. Thanks.
Yeah, and I do want to thank Chief Bowden and everybody else and all the staff, all the good work you did. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
President Chavez?
Yes, sir.
Just in terms of an announcement, because I got some constituent inquiries earlier during the meeting, to make it clear, if we can make it clear that folks who spoke under public comment, essentially on COVID closures and opening, faith community and so forth, they do not need to speak again. And I know that's usually not allowed, but that I know it's my intention. I'm sure it's the intention of other supervisors to incorporate those comments in our discussion under the next item. So, which means they really don't need to speak again. We're still remembering what they said a few hours ago.
That's exactly right. And also, we won't allow them to speak again because we want to make sure other people who didn't get a chance to speak can speak under this item.
So people can speak on the topic, but not the same speakers as earlier is the idea.
Correct. They can speak on COVID-19, but if you spoke earlier today, we will ask that you not do that so others have an opportunity to speak on that item.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. Thank you. We'll see you back at 5:45. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We're going to do a roll call in just a minute. And get everybody back. See if we got all my colleagues ready to go. Oh. Get my right homework. All right. So I'm going to ask if the clerk can do a roll for us.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian present, thank you.
Supervisor Cortese,
Here.
Vice President Wasserman,
Here.
and President Chavez.
Here, thank you.
Thank you.
And so we're going to go to item 19 that was anticipated to start no earlier than 4 o'clock. So what we're going to do, if it's all right with my colleagues, is we're going to go to our public speakers. I'm going to remind you, if you spoke this morning, that we will ask you not to speak again because you spoke on this item already. And with that, I'm going to ask the clerk if you can take our public speakers on COVID-19, then we'll go to staff for a report.
Our first speaker is David Montel. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. David, I need you to unmute.
Hi, my name is David Montiel, and I go to the home church in Campbell. And I've talked to Supervisor Chavez before because I'm part of the Sons of Morgan Hill group to reopen Santa Clara County. And I talked to her at the county building. We appreciate all the work you guys are doing, Dr. Cody, Dr. Smith, Dr. Khan, and all the supervisors. I do want to say that I think we should open up again as churches, being able to go inside, worship inside by November 1st. To let you know, the guidance that you guys had for our church when we were inside for a while before they chose to go outside worked. Nobody that we know of got COVID-19. So I really appreciate that that you guys would consider that. And also, as supervisors, you need to, I think, question Dr. Cody sometime. I know you guys like her, but it's good sometimes to hold accountability as you guys being in authority over them. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless you guys.
Our next speaker is Lisa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And I received a notice that Lisa is not able to talk because she is using an older version of Zoom. Our next speaker is Laura Sharp. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Laura Sharp, and I'm here to kind of ask kindly that you guys consider reopening not only our places of worship, as that is something that both my children and myself have really truly needed during this whole time. I've been furloughed, I've lost a business. I am contemplating actually leaving my hometown of San Jose, where I've invested so much time, energy, and love and passion. I'm in the restaurant business. I'm seeing my staff possibly enter poverty. I've worked endlessly as a migrant to both contribute to our community and also create a business. And I have to say, I was prepared for 3-4 months. We follow regulations, but 7 months is too far. And I am pleading that you guys consider our guidelines and where we're standing, because we're losing so much more than we need to.
Our next speaker is Larry Weldemuth. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Larry, you unmuted yourself and then muted yourself again. And you've done it again. Try it one more time. There, you are unmuted.
I'm a member and elder of the Church on the Hill, known as First Baptist Church, a church since 1850 in San Jose. I also have been serving for the last 23 years as a spiritual care director at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and I'm here to ask you to please work with the faith community to allow us to open up fully by November 1st. During this pandemic, I've experienced isolation, not being able to meet with my community required by my faith. Our county's in trouble, not only financially, but mentally and spiritually. I've seen an increase in 5150s on our daily census. I've also seen the emergency room go red because of mental health not being able to be transferred to EPS because it's full. I recently had the opportunity to attend church in San Luis Obispo County, and it just filled my spirit in a way that sitting in a car and being isolated online for 6 months has not. I appreciate your time and effort, and will continue to pray for you.
Our next speaker is Jacob Serpa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. Again, my name is Jacob Serpa and I go to South Valley Community Church in Gilroy here in Santa Clara County. My church has gone to great lengths to be a good citizen of the county and abide by all of the rules and restrictions. And speaking for myself, I live alone and my church is my family. And so naturally, this has been a very difficult season for me, and I haven't been able to see the people that I love. So I ask that you work with churches like mine and other communities of faith to safely reopen in accordance with the California state guidelines. We will continue to be good citizens, but I do humbly ask for this change. And thank you so much for your time. Been praying for you guys.
Our next speaker is Kevin T. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kayvon Tarani, and I'm a nonprofit director and a pastor here in Santa Clara County for over 23 years and currently serving at Westgate Church in San Jose. First of all, I want to thank council members Dave Cortese and Mike Wasserman for joining me on 2 important Zoom calls with over 60 South Bay pastors and business leaders in spring and summer, as well as with other calls with faith and business leaders over the past 7 months. We greatly appreciated your words and your concern, but I do want to share that now after 7 months, people are hurting greatly. Many are hopeless and businesses are closing their doors forever. I have the opportunity to pray for some who reach out to us online. I can share with you that so many are struggling with loneliness, anxiety, and hopelessness. Meeting online is good, but not good enough. People need greater human interaction and live worship experiences. Alongside faith leaders and tens of thousands of congregants, please allow faith buildings to be opened up at 50% capacity with singing indoors by November 1st. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Bob Costa Magna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, County Supervisors. Thank you for your service to our community. I'm Bob Costamagna, Elder Board Chairman of South Valley Community Church in Gilroy and small business owner. Our church has been an important part of South County for over 35 years. Most people understand the serious health concerns of COVID-19, but equally important is the collateral damage to other health needs, physical, mental, spiritual, as well as the economy, which is caused by long-term closure of communities. Our church continues to minister to numerous people in our community, and we're witnessing the serious damage this closure is causing to families, businesses, and churches. I strongly recommend the safe indoor reopening of our constitutionally protected churches and small businesses by November 1st to align with state guidelines. We love God and people. We can safely open churches as we provide essential physical, spiritual support to this community.
Our next speaker is Maria Ruttenberg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I have received notice that Maria Ruttenberg is using an older version of Zoom and will be unable to speak. Our next speaker is Michael Fiorio. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. He is also using an older version of Zoom and will be unable to speak. B. Beekman, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. I had a nice letter I sent to yourselves this afternoon to talk about housing issues at the state level and 3088 and how that needs to be thought of and expanded more during the fall. We have to consider how to expand it more this fall. I hope we can all make those efforts to just understand ourselves better and what's possible. And for these church issues at this time, it was my feeling that, you know, there's a certain rhythm that's going on with COVID that you're trying to understand that, you know, it could possibly rise if you open up too much at this time. And so I thought, I'm sure you've all thought of the idea of the, like the pod system, I guess it's called, where you can have like 10, 20 people congregate at a time. Maybe that's a start on how to, you know, creatively talk about this issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dean Snyder. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Dean Snyder, and I'm a member of South Valley Community Church in Gilroy. I'm here today to ask you to please work with local businesses and the faith community to allow us to open safely and do our operations consistent with state guidelines immediately. While churches and businesses have attempted to comply with current restrictions via meeting outdoors, that option is quickly disappearing as winter approaches. The economic and mental health impacts on our community are vast and will continue to increase unless these restrictions are eased. Thousands more will lose jobs and homes, and strained family relationships will be exacerbated. Further delays on opening our businesses and houses of worship will only lengthen the pain of both our economic and mental health recovery. I'm asking you to return our constitutionally protected right to worship and open our small businesses immediately.
Our next speaker is Ted. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. This is Ted Scarlett. I'll start with a quote. Those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves, and under a just God cannot long retain it. Abraham Lincoln. I've listened to a lot of good people here today, and it really pains me because they're asking you for their constitutional rights. They're begging you for their constitutional rights. I feel you supervisors have seized power that you don't have. I'll cite the Michigan Supreme Court has now overturned the governor of Michigan. I know the governor of Texas is about to be hit with criminal charges for the overreach. And I want to, if nothing else, let me, maybe this will get to you. I don't think the people on this call today are going to be voting for you in the future. Stop the power grab.
Our next speaker is Bobby Valderrama. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Bobby Valderrama. I'm a member of Gateway City Church and a volunteer at City Team and a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for all you do. During this pandemic, I lost my mother. Sadly, the funeral and graveyard services were limited to 10 people. My volunteer work at City Team with men struggling with drug and alcohol addiction came to a screeching halt last March. Tragically, one of the young men in this program took his own life in June. In sharp contrast, liquor stores and pot dispensaries have been open for months. Churches and parachurch ministries offer spiritual nourishment, encouragement, and hope to help combat isolation, depression, addiction, and fear running rampant in our community. I urge you to please continue to work with our houses of worship with the goal of opening church doors as soon as possible. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity.
Our next speaker is Brad Mortensen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. This is Brad Morris. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County and a pastor at West Hills Community Church in Morgan Hill, serving emotionally and relationally suffering people and other folks in Santa Clara County. And thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for your service to our community. Certainly you can link together everything that's being said and understand where the church community is coming from. I am begging the supervisors and our county health officer to take leadership and change the restrictions that are harming our local churches and the people they serve. Specifically, I'm asking you to allow churches to safely reopen fully and allow these communities to manage safety. While I appreciate the need for a robust public health response to COVID, our current guidelines have not accounted for the extreme impact on mental, spiritual, and financial well-being of people. At this point, we have established a strategy that uniquely punishes the vulnerable in our midst while only looking at one risk area, COVID management. I'm asking you, the supervisors, to lead in a manner that takes a balanced approach and serves the people equitably in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Trout. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Robert Trout. I go to South Valley Community Church, and I'd just like to simply request, like the others, that the County of Santa Clara work with churches and other faith communities to safely reopen in accordance with the state of California guidelines instead of a different set. And that's really all I'd like to say. I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss this and all the work that you've done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sip Umagtang. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, first I want to thank all the supervisors for their hard work. I am Cipriano Umagtang and I'm a member of the esthetician group. And I want to express my support to the faith communities, and I hope that they'd be allowed to gather indoors, and for the county to consider aligning with the state guideline. Spiritual health is important, and it is where we get our strength when we're facing impossible odds. So that's it. And I'm also calling to suggest to a small what do you call this? The use of KN95 as an alternative for your N95. I know that N95 is in short supply and should be reserved for first responders. Thank you. That's all.
Our next speaker is Aaron Scott. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm speaking for Aaron Scott, and my name is Josie Scott. He is having trouble with his phone. I'm from Cathedral of Faith, and I wanted to first thank the supervisors. I know you've been in a difficult situation, as all of us have. We pray for you and your leadership and your guidance and ask that God would guide you in this process. What I wanted to share is that a lot of people are hurting, and our Cathedral of Faith has partnered with the city through reaching out and other outreaches to help our community who are hurting. And one of the things that city leaders can't do, which the faith community can do, is feed the people spiritually, help them with mental health, help them with encouragement and hope. And that's what's lacking. And we're asking that you would please look at that and allow our community, our churches, to reach out to those in need, to those that are not being heard, to those that are hurting. So please open our churches. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Ekdow. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will be given 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Sarah Ekdow, and I'm a member of the Church on the Hill Faith Community in San Jose. I'm here today to ask you to please work with the faith communities to allow us to open safely indoors by November 1st. I am the vulnerable that Santa Clara County has worked so hard to protect. My child and myself undergo monthly immunosuppressive treatments due to autoimmune disease. I have also recently lost a close family member to COVID. Although I appreciate the abundance of caution taken to protect myself and my family, I wholeheartedly feel it is in the best interest of our community to allow churches to open safely indoors. By keeping the doors of the churches closed, you are cutting off essential support lifelines to the vulnerable communities you are working so hard to protect. I rely on my church for support. Please do not continue to suppress my spiritual lifeline that is so necessary in these challenging times. Please give the Santa Clara County residents the opportunity to calculate their risks safely and attend safe services indoors. Please allow churches to open indoors so that they may continue to partner with our county to be a conduit of support for our community.
Our next speaker is Maria Rutenberg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maria Rutenberg, and I'm an attorney in Mountain View. I'm very much involved in the recent COVID litigation, and I can tell you that many of us are eyeing Santa Clara County now. The judges in both federal and state courts are giving local lockdowns a very high scrutiny. Santa Clara County would have to prove that the Santa Clara situation is so different than in, say, San Mateo County as to warrant more drastic lockdowns while being in the same tier. The judges are asking to show hard science to prove that, for example, a movie theater in Palo Alto is much riskier than the Menlo Park one to justify continued closure. The shift in litigation now is from asking for injunctions to asking for money damages from the counties, and courts are listening. Supervisors, I ask you to demand of Ms. Cody to show you hard, uncontroverted local medical evidence as to each business category she is keeping closed, as to why she is doing it, because this is what the courts will demand at some point. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lisa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will be given 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I am a parishioner in the county, and I want to tell you that the way you are managing the pandemic is deplorable. This is a crime against humanity, depriving all of us of our constitutionally protected rights. You have deprived citizens of their most basic rights to life, liberty, and happiness. You may be immune from COVID, but you are not immune from the law. You perpetrated fraud against us. According to the California Emergency Services Act, a state of emergency can only be called if a threat overwhelms the current resources of the state, and it does not. You have failed to show any proof that there is any type of a threat of hospitals being overrun. We flattened the curve. We have flattened the economy, and we need to reopen our schools, our businesses, everything. We need to get back.
Our next speaker is Tammy Stone. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tammy Stone. I am the local missions director at South Valley Community Church. Not only are we a church on the front line assisting with food distribution, we also offer support programs such as Grief Share and Celebrate Recovery. Sadly, our group attendance has significantly increased over the last 6 months, and my heart is heavy over what I hear from the people in these groups. Many of them are having overwhelming feelings of depression, feeling of despair, and feeling of isolation. In one of these support groups, I'm hearing about the increased use of alcohol and antidepressants to numb their pain over job losses and the worry of losing families and homes and their attentions to their structure of their family falling apart due to isolation. We ask you to open our churches in accordance with the state of California guidelines as winter approaches so that our community members have a safe place to gather together and find hope. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Our next speaker is Michael Fiorio. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Michael Fiorello. My family has owned and operated Fiorello's restaurant since 1972 and Santa Clara Billiards from 1995 to 2016. Since then, we have found our new location of 946 Billiards located at 946 West El Camino Real in Sunnyvale. At 946 Billiards, we have completed all tenant improvements along with all permits and fees on April 10th. With our shelter in place, we have not been able to open for business while maintaining one of the highest monthly rents in the country, along with general utilities as well. The decision has been made that indoor dining and gatherings at a reduced capacity cannot open until we reach the orange tier, with no guarantee of the fact of happening in the near future. With that being the case, I would like to say to all the small business owners and places of worship, thank you. You all have been doing an amazing job with respect to social distancing, wearing masks, and practicing the best of hygiene. Please continue to pass that message on to your customers.
Our next speaker is Monique New. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Monique New, a resident of District 4. I've been logged on since 9 this morning, then again at 4. And I'm finally here to ask you to please work with the restaurant owners to allow them to reopen indoor operations by November 1st. Hundreds and thousands of small businesses and restaurants have been left behind ever since the COVID-19 shelter in place began over 7 months ago. I have to respectfully ask, and with the exception of a few supervisors, are you really listening? We hear a lot of talk, but the action is to stay closed or operate outdoors. Neither are viable long-term solutions. The time is now. They can't wait any longer. They need a clear understanding of the path, one that cannot keep changing. The county must prioritize saving our small restaurants by steering more financial resources to help them stay afloat, especially when they are being forced to operate at a reduced capacity. Operating indoor at 25% capacity won't be enough for small restaurants. These restaurants will do their part if given the chance. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes our speakers.
Thank you. That ends the public comments for this item. I would like to turn it over to staff, and I think I'm going to start. Am I starting with Dr. Cody? Yes.
Yes, Supervisor.
Great.
Getting the slides up. Good evening, everyone. I'll start off the presentation and then pass it along to my colleagues, as is our usual practice. So first slide, just to, as always, give you a sense of where we are in the epidemic locally. Since our last board meeting 2 weeks ago, our case rates have continued to decline. And as of today, October 6th, our 7-day rolling average of new cases, and that's the red line, is 96. And this is the first time we've been double digits instead of triple digits since June 23rd. So we are continuing to make progress. Next slide. So this is shows our case rates by area of the county. We've been keeping a particular eye on East San Jose and Gilroy. We still have higher case rates in East San Jose and Gilroy and have since June, but they are steadily decreasing and we're beginning to close the gap. You can see there that's East San Jose in orange and Gilroy in blue. Next slide. We've also been watching very carefully our case rates by race ethnicity, and we continue to see the highest case rates among Latinos, which are shown in green, followed by African Americans shown in orange. And while the rates are still higher in these two groups, they are coming down, most notably among Latinos. Next slide. We've also been keeping a close eye on youth and young adults who have had higher case rates that really became most marked in mid-July when our numbers were quite high. And case rates among young adults have also continued to decline, and we're beginning to close that gap. Next slide. At the request of Supervisor Wasserman, this is just a brief update to understand a bit more about the COVID-related deaths. So we had a decrease in newly reported deaths in June. There has been an increase since mid-July. So these, just to walk you through this a little bit, The bars are individual deaths. Blue are people who died outside of a long-term care facility, and yellow is in a long-term care facility. And the black line is a 7-day rolling average. So you can get a little bit of a sense of the trend without having to squint your eyes. Next slide. And this shows the number of patients hospitalized with COVID across the hospitals in our county. And this has also been on a slow decline since July. We are now down to hospitalization numbers that we were having in late June, early July. So we're back to where we were then. Next slide. Here I wanted to pause for a moment and reorient everyone to the state's blueprint. And just a reminder that there are 4 tiers, widespread, substantial, moderate, and minimal. And we are currently in the red tier, as is much of the Bay Area. But today was the very first day posted on the state's website that we meet the metrics for orange. So just to refresh everyone's memory, we meet the metrics today, and then if we continue to have our metrics stable or decreasing, we would meet them again next week, and then be assigned the orange tier category. Next, and I'll talk a little bit about a third metric, which is also going to be coming online, which is a health equity metric. I'll address that in a moment. So before I share the trends in these metrics, I just wanted to show the testing rate and remark that it's increased and it remains higher than the state median, which is 216. And on this, we go up to 330. And that's important because as you all remember, the case rate gets adjusted up or down depending on the amount of testing. And we're doing quite a lot of testing, as you'll see in the next slide, such that our adjusted case rate is well below our case rate. These show the data through the middle of September, but I'll also tell you a little bit about where we are now. So in the top line, that's the unadjusted case rate, and you can see that falling from mid-August to mid-September. And then the lower line is the adjusted case rate based on our testing. And the announcement that we had today from the state is that our unadjusted case rate is now 4.8, and our adjusted, the adjusted with the discount for lab testing is 3.5, which of course is in the orange tier. Next slide. This is our testing positivity rate, the other metric, and it also has continued to decline. As of today, the metric listed on the state's website, our positivity rate is now 1.8, which is in fact in the yellow tier. And next slide. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about another metric which will be implemented, I believe it's next week, and it's called the health equity metric. And it's fairly complicated, but just briefly, the census tracts in a county are divided into quartiles. And each quartile is based on a score from the Healthy Places Index. The Healthy Places Index is a composite measure that covers a number of different areas: economic, education, transportation, social, neighborhood conditions, housing, environmental conditions, and healthcare access. So it's this composite metric and divides the county into 4 different quartiles. And then the test positivity is calculated across the census tracts of each quartile. And the metric that's followed is the test positivity in the lowest quartile. And the main idea is know that the whole county doesn't move forward until the most disadvantaged quartile is also ready to move forward. So the lowest quartile has to meet the metric for 2 consecutive weeks, just like the other metrics, in order for the whole county to move forward. Currently, our county is in very good shape, I think, in part because we have been focused on these communities really since early in the pandemic. So our tier assignment based on this lowest quartile is actually the same tier assignment as we would be assigned overall. Next slide. This is just a visual to show you our county census tracts divided into these 4 quartiles. The census tracts that are in dark blue are those with the least healthy community conditions, or the lowest quartile, and that's where this metric becomes important. The light blue is the next, light green the next, and the green are the census tracts that are most advantaged. Next slide. I wanted to pause here and just remind us what we know today about SARS-CoV-2 transmission risk, because it's these factors that inform really all of the policy decisions that we're making and all of the details in the directive. So they're really, really, really important. Number one, we now understand that, and we have for a while, that ventilation matters. And this is why outdoors is safer than indoors. And this is why well-ventilated indoor spaces are safer than poorly ventilated, crowded indoor spaces. And that's because this virus is spread not just by respiratory droplets, but it's also airborne. There can be aerosols, so ventilation matters. Number two, masks really do reduce risks. And I'll show you a slide. I'm almost done, but I'll show you another slide that's a good picture of this. And they especially reduce risk when everybody wears them. Number three, less is more. So if each person minimizes the number of contacts that they have by staying in small and stable cohorts, social cohorts, work cohorts, and school cohorts, that just reduces the probability that any one person is going to come in contact with someone else who's infectious and spread. Next is density matters. Fewer people that gather together, the safer that it is. So crowded spaces are far riskier than ones where people are spread out. Distance matters. More distance is safer, and that's because it's more, you want to give yourself more chance to have the virus-laden particles disperse or fall to the ground. And finally, shorter duration is safer than longer duration. If you're just in passing contact with someone, that's safer than prolonged contact. So those are really the key principles to keep in mind when thinking about the risk of this virus.
Finding some way to support them, but obviously I can't do that on my own.
Well, and Susan, what I was just going to suggest is if we can let everybody else weigh in. I think I have some ideas about that too. I wouldn't have approached it exactly that way, but I've been thinking about something very similar. So I wanted to weigh in without seconding a motion. And also because I usually wait till all of you talk. And so I hear you. I want to follow up.
All right, then I'm interested to hear your motion. Thank you.
Or thoughts, really. Okay, Supervisor Simidian, did you have any thoughts or comments?
Thank you. In light of the hour and the fact that by virtue of my role as Health Committee Chair with you as a board president, I get thrice weekly briefings, I think I'll pass on comments or questions. I am open to hearing from our colleague Supervisor Ellenberg. Again, I simply had the mute button stuck, or I would have leaned in a little more quickly just to make sure that we got a second for purposes of discussion and to let you flesh out your thoughts. So please don't be deterred. And I think other than that, I'll pass for the moment, listen to my colleagues, and then perhaps circle back. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got 4 items I can move very quickly through. The first is on page 6 of the EMC report, which has the Santa Clara County right direction, wrong track. As I read the question at the bottom, it says, do you feel that things in Santa Clara County are generally going in the right direction, or do you feel things have gotten pretty seriously off on the wrong track? And as I understand, that was the question that was asked by our survey people, EMC. And as I understand it, we're now at 40% of the respondents said we are seriously off on the wrong track. And as I interpret the graph, that's the lowest approval rating or worst rating, whatever you want to call it, in the 20 years the survey's been taken. So if that was actually the question, being seriously off, and we're at the worst approval rating in 20 years, that's of concern to me. It says the optimism from this spring has waned. It has fallen 15% in the last 5 months, even more so than during the Great Depression. And what I would ask the EMC people to do next time, they showed the small box chart from May 20th to September 20th. They used a 2-inch portion on the paper, and in the rest of the paper, 2 inches covered 5 years. In this instance, 2 inches covered 5 months. I would ask if they're going to do that to have one chart that shows each year, including up to date, and another chart if they wish to pick a particular 5 months back to May to do that. But incorporating 2 different scales on the same chart, I think is a bit problematic. Number 2, it relates back to what Supervisor Cortese said initially, question, just to throw out to the PHO department. When we talk about the 100 people maximum, in a 5,000 square foot building, you could certainly have 100 people, but with the way things are written up now, a 10,000 square foot building would also be limited to 100 people, and a 15,000 also to 100 people. So I certainly like more a number of people per square foot than what we're doing right now. Then going to Supervisor Ellenberg's question earlier about people in a church wearing a mask versus people in a restaurant not wearing a mask. I believe, as I understood her question, is that what we're really saying is that 100 people maximum, but more people, if I understood James correctly, Mr. Williams, based on the law that came out yesterday, more people would be allowed in a 2,000 square foot church than would be allowed in a 2,000 square foot restaurant because of the way the fire marshal calculates the occupancy of both. But I agree with Supervisor Ellenberg 100% that having 100 people in one building with masks on versus 100 people in another building without masks is not apples to apples. And lastly, Madam President, as I get to my 4th and final item, it was in the update on the big package. I'm sorry, there's no page numbers on this, but it's, I don't know, about 20 from the end or so. It's this chart that shows PPE supplies. And my question was to the individual, I don't recall which doctor it was that was giving this part of the report, but it's that chart on the bottom left corner about N95 masks. I wonder if whatever individual gave that report, Madam Chair, could address the question that was asked during public comment. People were saying, we want to open, but we can't get N95 masks.
That would be Dr. Kamal and the speaker with Maya Mansour.
Thank you for excellent information, Madam Chair.
And thanks for raising that mic, yeah.
So I see the N95 masks here. If the speaker could please say where the public can get them. And if somebody could also answer, was the other alternative, I think they said N92, could substitute.
So Dr. Kamal, are you available?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So the N95 masks are a special designation by NIOSH. The so-called alternative is called a KN95 mask, which doesn't necessarily meet that same level of protection. As far as where to get them from, so we did have initially in the pandemic a severe constriction on the supply chain, which resulted in us having to supply these to hospitals and nursing facilities. At this point, that constriction is no longer present or as severe. So certainly there are places to get these masks from. At the EOC, our predominant focus has been, in the healthcare preparedness branch, supporting the healthcare system. However, there are places where these are available, And if acceptable, we could definitely share those sources with whoever wants to purchase these for their own use. The use of N95 masks is going to be limited to very specific scenarios. In general, we don't recommend using N95 masks for non-medical indications. However, for example, if an esthetician or a similar profession is working near an individual with the client not wearing a mask, it is recommended that they do wear an N95.
So
in those
Dr.
scenarios, I think that's
Doctor, cut to the chase. Estheticians are required to wear an N95 mask, is my understanding. They're saying they're not able to get them. Can they buy them from the county, or can the county put on the website the sources of where N95 masks are? And I know if we put on more than one, we're not specifically recommending one specific source. We're giving 2 or 3 or 4, as the planning department can do when they often list resources.
Yeah, we can definitely list resources where these are available.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you both Mike and Dr. Kamal. So I wanted to just, so first of all, I know it's also late, and so I'm going to make a couple of broad comments, and then I want to come back to the issue that was raised by Supervisor Ellenberg. The first broad comment is that, first of all, the amount of work and how far we've come is just, it is actually pretty amazing. And so I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you to all of you for the just incredible work that you put in. Second is that 2 things that I'd really like to see us do for future reports, especially public reports, is I think it is very important that we explain what we're learning through contact tracing. And I want to just reinforce a point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised about what our goals should be in terms of how quick we're able to respond. And I thought, Dr. Rudman, today there were some really interesting slides about the appropriate time for intervention and the implications of those interventions. What I would really like to better understand is how the research that's being done at a local level can be shared in a way that is health protective for our community, which is why I'm so interested in better understanding what we're learning from contact tracing and investigation. Is that a clear request? I don't know if Dr. Redmond's still with us.
I'm sorry, President Chavez, I didn't catch the last piece that was the question.
Yeah, it's really more of a request for information, which is to say, given how far you've come in contact tracing, if the next public report can really detail what we've learned about the implications of how COVID is transmitted and where we see clusters, and so that we're able to explain what we're learning about our own community to both the board and the public.
Oh, absolutely. So I think we can both provide to you at that meeting what we're learning from our own work, and then often that is just a snapshot, and it is external sources that have really studied it in different ways that teach us how to best guide our own community. But absolutely, I'd be interested in sharing what we learned from our own investigations as well.
That would be great. And then the second issue that I just want to raise is, you know, from what we're learning, I really appreciated that a lot of the response has been, here's what we're learning in our particular areas. I also think this is going to be important as it relates to everybody who's doing outreach. So whether you're a contact tracer, you're a promotora, you're a Chibet team member, I really appreciate that we're learning more about what people's needs are. I think part of the point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised about the needs that some of our businesses may have would be helpful to get from our outreach folks, because we are doing outreach in those high need areas to better understand what the needs are, so we could better shape our response as a board to what types of investments may make sense for us. As an example of that is, I appreciated Maya raising the issue about N95 masks. I think that we're going to find other areas in particular where smaller businesses are going to need a little bit more support. And you did touch, Betty, you touched on some of those, but I would just be interested in better understanding that, so that as we think about next steps, that we're really able to incorporate those into investment strategies as well. So that's just kind of a broad request. And then, you know, one other very broad area, I think that the really great work that's being done from using the EMC poll, I'm really interested in how that poll is impacting our strategic work. So we learned a lot today about why and who isn't wearing masks, you know, being able to drill down a little bit more. And I know, Dr. Smith, that one opportunity we have is working with the pollster to do focus groups in these, particularly in these hard hit census tracts, that I would just really like to encourage, if that's already on the work plan, I'm excited to see it move forward quickly. If it's not on the work plan, is that something that you all are already thinking about doing?
Yes, Madam President. I think our overall short takeaway from the EMC poll, and I don't mean to dismiss the entire detail, which was very important, but the overall takeaway is there's still quite a bit of concern about COVID and a desire for people to remain safe. However, there are groups of individuals, typically younger, who are ignoring many of the requirements or recommendations. So our intent is to work with EMC to do focus groups with some of the populations that we think are challenged to get the information, excuse me, and we'll obviously do that in multiple languages so that we can figure out what kind of motivator would actually get the message across. You know, whether it's because of lack of knowledge or because of lack of desire or because of necessity of the work or lifestyle that they have. So yes, we will push on that.
That would be great. And then the other point that I wanted to raise is that I do think that I want to just go back to this issue relative to small businesses, and Susan, share a thought with you that I shared with the mayors countywide, and that was to better understand from them what sorts of investments they were going to be making, continued investments they were going to be making in their small businesses. Because what occurred to me is that in some, the cities gave us really good feedback about some of the ideas they had. So for example, the city of San Jose was, they were doing some work to really activate their permitting process, as long as it wasn't a life safety issue, so that people could make more windows or make their restaurants overall safer. And so what I was asking is whether or not there would be some interest in a shared program where we were able to look at the kinds of needs that businesses may have that would allow them to reopen and stay open safely. For example, different kinds of air filters, because we have a lot of small businesses that don't have windows on all sides. They're in buildings that are more narrow. So what I'm hoping is that the staff that are already looking at enforcement under Mike Vallier might be able to give us, again, better feedback about how we could work with the cities and leveraging their investments to better assist in leveraging investments overall, and especially as it relates to businesses that are ready to open up. So anyway, that was the discussions that I had been having with others. And I see your hand up, so I was just waiting.
Oh, Thank you. I wanted to appreciate that and share that we've also done a lot of work in my district to connect with the small businesses that are not open or that are open in a very constrained manner to see what their needs are. And in some cases, as Supervisor Wasserman mentioned, it's access to equipment. In some cases, a number of folks have said even interest-free loans, even some way to help them bridge the next 30, 60, or 90 days could be the difference between hanging on until we're more open or closing. So I'm really open to a range of options. Again, I don't have a specific direction, but as a principle, I think that that we owe some greater support to our small businesses. Partnering with the cities could certainly be possible. City by city, we've got 15 of them. We also have businesses that are in our unincorporated pockets, so those businesses don't have other resources. So I am very open to looking at some way to address this, and the sooner the better. And yes.
Susan, what I was just going to suggest is I think there is value to getting feedback from the staff, and we can do it at the next meeting through Michael Ballier in particular and Betty.
Fantastic.
They're having those conversations. I'd much rather us have, to know the answer to that question. And also the other thing that I think would be of value is that some cities still have resources. They still have CARES Act money.
Right.
I'm intrigued, and it would be interesting to know where they found the most success as well in terms of their investment. So I think there's a little bit of legwork that should be done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy for them to come back with that. That sounds like a good direction. The last piece that I just want to share, I know that we've gone through the EMC survey, and we're hearing, according to that survey, that the COVID health concerns are still at the top. And I want to share that there's another survey that FM3 just did with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and they're asking about the economic and health impacts of the virus. And the economic impact of the coronavirus pandemic is seen by 86% to be an extremely serious or very serious problem. That's the highest, followed by cost of housing, then homelessness, cost of living, and then the public health impact at 77%. More than 3/4, it's still a significant number, but at least in this survey, the economic impact is 11 points higher at 86. So either way we look at this, these are critical issues, and the weather is getting colder and the time is passing and people are struggling. And that is all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Simitian?
No, I'll hold off. Thank you. I'm glad we had a little more discussion though about some other efforts, and obviously the conversations to be continued. Thank you.
And Supervisor Simitian, I would just say that we should toss this topic one more time into that meeting to see if we get any more takers into our partnership meeting. So that'd be great. All right. So I do just want to say thank you to the staff, and I don't think there's any action. I think the board gave enough feedback. Dr. Smith, do you feel like you need a direction from the board on, or do you know where you need to go here?
No, we were listening, and we've got the message, and I just want to compliment our staff and the fabulous job they've been doing. You hear about it for a few hours every week, but they're working their rears off, so they're doing a great job. And I know that you know that, but I just have to publicly say that.
Of course, they need to. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you all very much. I know this has been, well, there's always more to do. And again, a very sincere thank you to everybody. All right, so we're going to move on to item 23, which is the county executive's report.
And with time being late, I only have one issue, which is some more bad news. Today, the Trump administration announced that they were not going to engage in any CARES Act reform program until after the election. So that means that the California triggers that were built into the budget will be triggered on October 15th, which means that there will be reductions in health and human services and also in schools. We'll have to keep you up to date with exactly how much and exactly what that means, but that was obviously very bad news. Not only does it mean we'll get cuts, it means we won't have new revenue also.
Yes, thank you. So we'll now go to County Council in closed session to see if James can cheer us up.
At the October 5th, 2020 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to items 25. This is support for youth in custody report. I was going to let Susan just had a couple of comments she wanted to make, and I will follow with a couple of comments as well.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Juvenile Probation, Juvenile Presiding Judge Lucero, the Juvenile Justice Commission, Lacey, parents, attorneys, DFCS, County Office of Education, and the Public Defender's Office for all of their hard work in contributing to this report back, as I had requested along with Supervisor Chavez when this referral was presented last month. With regard to in-person family visitation for kids at the hall and the ranch, I recognize that you're working hard to allow youth to visit with their families and that we're focusing on outdoors being our best option. But I really want to make sure that we are thinking proactively about how we are going to safely bring visits back indoors. I don't want us to put another pause on family visits because of poor air quality or inclement weather. So what I'd like to ask for is a report back, an off-agenda report from Probation and Public Health on the development of a plan to bring visits indoors. And thank you for all of the detail in the report overall.
And that would be a motion. I know it was such a good report. I actually didn't have questions. I almost put it on consent, except Susan reminded me of we got to get this face-to-face work going, but well done on the report. So we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second from Supervisor Wasserman. I want to thank the staff. Well done. Love the background, Mariel. And we'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you all. Item 26 is the DOS report on supporting older adults. I know this was based on a referral from Supervisor Cortese and myself. I wanted to see, Dave, if you'd like to make any comments.
No, Supervisor Chavez, I'm fine with the report. I've got several pages of notes here, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to thank everyone for getting the report back to us, and I'll just hold my thoughts there.
Thank you. I wanted to I'm going to make a few comments and then ask Supervisor Cortese to make a motion. First, I want to thank the staff. You guys have been busy, and there's not very many of you, so thank you. First, I do really agree that the county should partner with BTA to analyze transit services and continue discussions about how we better meet needs of older adults, particularly because I think they're starting to readjust assets and resources. So this is the perfect time to talk to them. I would like staff's conversations with BTA to include innovations in how transit and county services can complement each other. And second, I would appreciate that our recommendations have been incorporated in the age-friendly 3-year action plan and that the stakeholder sessions are being planned. And I'd like to ask that these updates on these initiatives be included in the annual senior agenda report that's provided to Children, Seniors, Families Committee. Is that okay with y'all? All right, I will ask Supervisor Cortese to make that in the form of a motion.
So moved.
And a second from Supervisor
Second.
Ellenberg. And I want to thank Diana and Marianne. Keep up the good work. I swear you're small but mighty. All right, we're going to take a
Very
roll
much.
call
Thank
vote.
you.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. The next item, item 27, is a mental health supports for older adults. And this item, I didn't know if anybody had any comments that they wanted to make on this particular item. Seeing none, I think this item is an opportunity. Well, it's to receive the report of behavioral health services relating to the mental health services for older adults. And I wanted to keep it on the agenda. I did not put it on consent, mostly because there is a lot of work being done. If there are no questions from my colleagues, and Sherry, is there anything you wanted to highlight from this report?
No, just that we're actively, implementing our services for older adults, and we provided a planning and assessment process for an older adult summit as well that we will be working on.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be really helpful, I think, to getting people excited and focused and prioritized. So thank you, and Margaret, very much. May I get a motion to receive the report?
So moved.
Oh, I'll go ahead, Supervisor Cortez.
I'll second the motion and just speak on the motion. I just wanted also to thank the staff, the administration, for putting together a good plan for what will be the 10-year anniversary of the Older Adult Summit, and a really good opportunity to update it. And hopefully it'll be post this phase of the pandemic, and people can actually do tabletop exercises again. And I think it'll just be a great opportunity for the board to catch up on that work again. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much. So we have a motion and a second, and may I ask for a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. We're now on to item 29, and this is federal funding to homeowners. And Supervisor Cortese, this was in a response to, I believe, a referral of yours.
Yeah, there's, I think ultimately not a lot of good news. I'll stand corrected if Dr. Smith or anybody else wants to add anything. Of course, we were all expecting another tranche or another phase of the CARES Act called the HEROES Act. I know that's part of our problem here. I do know that some of the advocates that came to see Supervisor Semidian and I at the Federal Affairs Task Force, they really wanted to get a response back specifically to the issue. I'm trying to think if it's House Resolution 6615. I think that's the number. I know Steve Meacher from County Council was staffing that meeting, and I believe we got a legal response back, privileged, but it's of course not available to the public. And I would just like to ask that we get some kind of a publicly transparent response to that issue. I think it's just, advocates, of course, wanting to know, is there some way to replicate that House resolution at the local level? So anyway, I just want to ask that be done, that somehow we get a public response back, whether it comes back through the Federal Affairs Task Force, or if it's just off agenda, or both. I just think it would be important to get back to the folks that petitioned us that day. Thank you.
Excellent. And you make a motion to receive.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Bueller. Supervisor Wasserman, do we have a second?
On 29.
Second.
Okay. Yeah,
29.
yeah, it's on 29. We got it from Supervisor Ellenberg, and along with the request for a report back. And I also just wanted to say great job to the staff for leveraging $7 million to receive over 35 million in relief. Well done. Woo. So we have a motion and a second. We're going to now do a roll call vote on that item.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. We're now going to go to item 31, the surveillance technology use policies. Supervisor Wasserman.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? I know 30 was handled under consent. I don't have in my notes if it was deferred or if
It was received. It was a report and an assessment. We just received it.
Okay, so no action was taken as far as where the two positions would be, VTA or county executive.
Yeah, the staff is still working out some details on that. So I thought, thank you. So item 31, Supervisor Semidion, do you have any comments or thoughts on surveillance technology use policy?
Move the recommended action is contained in our published agenda, item 31, packet page 1193.
I'll second that.
And we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the surveillance technology use policies? Seeing none, we're going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you. Our last item is to go to anything that was removed from consent. I only had one item, and this is item 52. And this is the referral matrix that was in our packet. The reason I pulled the referral, pulled this is there's a recognition in the matrix that we have 49 new referrals. I will say to my colleagues, I'm only 15 of them. So we're all sharing in this, this contribution here. But what I wanted to ask is if we could ask Supervisor, I'm sorry, Dr. Smith, if we could get an update on the matrix based on the fact that I know we've been in COVID environment. And the reason is there are a number of the referrals that have gone way past the deadline. And I think I recognize that part of this is COVID and we've got staff assigned in new places. It makes sense to me to have the matrix, for lack of a better word, updated, and especially before we go into budget, because some of these items are things people have been having their eye on as activities that they may want to consider for the future. And so anyway, that would be my request, and also that not only your staff but the departments take a look at it, because if the departments have new dates, I'd really like the new dates in before budget. Is that possible?
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get an update for you.
Great. And we've done, I mean, I'm also happy to share our homework, so we'll make sure we do that. With that, this is to receive the matrix with the request that it come back updated prior to budget. And if you could highlight the changes just so the board will know where their projects are. May I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, a second from Supervisor Wasserman. And we'll now do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese, Supervisor Cortese,
Yes.
Aye.
Vice
You hear me?
President Wasserman. Yes, thank you. Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned. Have a good, safe evening. Wear your mask. Try not to touch your face. Wash your hands.
Supervisor.
Yes,
I
what,
think
did I forget something?
I think you promised public
Oh,
comment.
that's right. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I would have felt terrible. Do we have anybody who would like to speak on public comment who did not get to speak on public comment earlier today? We have none. Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. That would have been terrible. All right, everybody. Have a good, safe evening. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 6, 2020. Item number 10CI, adoption of ordinance number NS-1200.375, amending section 4.20.130 of Title C, Appendix I, zoning of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to amend inclusionary housing requirements for residential development of 3 units or more within the unincorporated lands of Santa Clara County. Item number 36, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21, 6, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 1 director of health education position and adding 1 program manager 2 position and Valley Health Plan and deleting the classification of director of health education from the salary schedule. Item number 38, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.25, amending Santa Clara County ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, adding 1 unclassified postdoctoral fellow position in the Social Services Agency, amending the salary schedule to add the classification of unclassified postdoctoral fellow and adding footnote number 829. Item number 40, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.27, amending Santa Clara County ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 1 program manager 2 position and adding 1 clinical risk prevention manager position in Santa Clara Valley Medical Center and amending the salary schedule to retitle the classification of clinical risk prevention program manager to clinical risk prevention manager. Item number 57, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.28, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, adding 1 unclassified application administrator position, 1 unclassified IT service desk specialist position, 1 unclassified senior IT vendor manager position, 1 unclassified senior integration analyst position, and 1 unclassified systems administrator or IT field support specialist or application administrator or systems administrator technician or associate IT field support specialist position in the Technology Services and Solutions Department. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on May 1st, 2022. Item number 68, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.29, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 1 Justice System Clerk 2 or Justice System Clerk 1 or Office Specialist 3 position and adding 1 Pretrial Services Officer 3 position in the Office of Pretrial Services. Item number 72, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1100.132, amending Article 3 of the Division C-17 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to designate the Board of Supervisors as the sole decision-making authority for landmark alteration permits for property owned or leased by the county. Item number 76, Introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1015.60, amending section B12-34 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to 25 miles per hour speed limit. Item number 85, introduction and preliminary adoption of Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District Master Salary Ordinance number CFPD-2021-1-0 to set position allocation and fix the salary ranges of employees, implementing a 3% wage general increase to employees represented by the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1165, General Membership Unit, Battalion Chiefs Unit, and to all unrepresented employees in such offices in the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District. Item number 86, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.20, amending Santa Clara County Ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 2 liability claims adjuster 3 or claims adjuster 2, or liability claims adjuster 1, or claims technician positions in risk management, and 2 liability claims adjusters 3, or liability claims adjusters 2, or liability claims adjuster 1, or claims technician positions in the office of the county council, and adding 2 senior liability claims adjuster or liability claims adjuster or claims technician positions in risk management, and 2 county council investigator positions in the office of the county council, and amending the salary schedule to adjust the classification of county council investigator, abolish the classification of liability claims adjuster 1, retitle the classification of liability claims adjuster 2 to liability claims adjuster, increase the salary of the liability claims adjuster classification by approximately 5%, retitle the classification of liability claims adjuster 3 to senior liability claims adjuster, and increase the salary of the senior liability claims adjuster by approximately 6.55%. Item number 87, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.21, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to the compensation of employees, deleting and adding various positions throughout the county to implement the healthcare program manager series classification study. Item number 88, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.22, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to the compensation of employees, amending the salary schedule to retitle the classification of animal control program manager to animal services field manager, and increase the salary by approximately 1%, and to retitle the classification of animal shelter supervisor to animal shelter operations manager, and increase the salary by approximately 25.8%. Item number 89, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.23, amending Santa Clara County ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to the compensation of employees, revising footnote 805 and adding footnote 828 to extend the expiration date for 1 term, limited unclassified user experience designer or associate user experience designer position in the Technology Services and Solutions Department. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on May 2nd, 2021. Item number 90, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.24, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance to number NS-5.21, relating to compensation of employees, amending the salary schedule for all classifications represented by the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, including unrepresented employees, and extra help classifications to enact 2 compound 3% salary increases for a total of 6.09%. Item number 91, introduction and preliminary adoption under advisement from August 25th, 2020, adoption of ordinance number NS-300.945, amending Chapter 25 of Division A6 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to the Community Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Program. Item number 92, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-304.136, amending section A25664 of Article 5 of Chapter 6 of Division A25 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to legal holidays and holiday pay. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 6, 2020.
Please stand by for additional ordinance report items not previously recorded.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 6, 2020. Item number 10CI, adoption of ordinance number NS-1200.375, amending section 4.20.130 of Title C, Appendix I, zoning of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to amend inclusionary housing requirements for residential development of 3 units or more within the unincorporated lands of Santa Clara County. Item number 36, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.26, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 1 director of health education position and adding 1 program manager 2 position in Valley Health Plan, and deleting the classification of Director of Health Education from the salary ordinance. Item number 38, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.25, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to the compensation of employees, adding 1 unclassified postdoctoral fellow position in the Social Services Agency, amending the salary schedule to add the classification of unclassified postdoctoral fellow and adding footnote number 829. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 6, 2020.